Well, good morning everyone and welcome along to the Environment Community Committee for the month of April. So this meeting is open to the public and also be live streamed. So I'd like to thank those who are in the room with us today and acknowledge everyone that is watching via Council social media channels. Good morning to the CEO, Brian Pidgeon, General Manager of Environment Community, Nick Hauser, to Portfolio Lead, Environment Community, Councillor Tim McMahon, Mayor Antonio, Deputy Mayor McDonald and fellow councillors, good morning. Thank you for being with us today. I would like to open the meeting, as always, by acknowledging the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse the lands which we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guyabal and Jarrawa peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's First Peoples. We go to item 2, so with attendance including apologies. So we do have an apology again from Councillor Carol Taylor, but I might just hand over to Mayor Antonio first of all.
I had a call from Councillor Carol earlier in response to a number of calls I've made. Carol is not well today. She's got more swelling, and I hope and pray that she gets more treatment. She is going to the doctor, but I think as far as today's concerned, she will be an apology, but she's quite anxious about the Olympic meeting. She'd like to be part of that. So Carol's Carol, and she may well turn up, but I just think that she needs a rest personally, and I hope that she does do that.
Okay, so thank you, Mayor, for that update. And yes, and I'm sure I do echo the sentiments of everyone in the room to Councillor Taylor. We wish her a speedy recovery. So you're happy to move that motion of absence moved by the Mayor, seconded by Councillor McDonald. Those in favour? So that is carried. So we also have some declaration of declarable conflicts. Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Chair. In regards to item 3, the Community Grants Program from March 2021, I inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter. As defined in section 150 EN of the Local Government Act 2009, the nature of my interest is as follows. I'm a member of the Range Tennis Club Incorporated, and my children receive tennis coaching through the Range Tennis Club. The club is the applicant organisation in row 10. I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Correct. Yep. Okay, so thank you, Councillor Von Hoff. So when we get to that section, we'll remove that one separately. That's the only notice we've got of conflicts. Or just did anyone else have any that they've?
Chair, can I? Sorry, this is through to the CEO. On the grant meetings that we originally did on the panels, when these come up and you sign the form that says, you know, I have a nature with this club but not a conflict of interest, and you sign that, does that need to be repeated in a committee meeting?
Sorry, I missed. What was it you actually signed at that meeting?
In the specific grant panel meetings, and I'm on all of them, the council officers give you a form that says, do you have any nature or relationship with any of these clubs? And sometimes it's live near or, you know, have a minor association, but this isn't a declarable conflict. Do they need to be repeated in this?
No, not unless you have a declarable conflict. No, that's fine. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so if there are no other declarations, and also would like to acknowledge the large number of staff that are with us today as well. So as you councillors would be aware, the depth and breadth of these grants covering a large, vast area across council and a lot of different areas. So thank you to all the staff, and that they're all here to answer any questions that you may have as we work through it. And as always, I start each meeting, so councillors say that I do encourage and obviously would like for open, honest and frank debate, but to do it in a respectful manner with the underlying message as always of being hard on topic and soft on people. We'll go to item 3 on the agenda, so the Community Grants Program, so for March 2021, consolidated approval round 2. So I'll hand over to General Manager Nick to introduce this one.
Thank you, Councillor O'Shea. Good morning, councillors. Councillors, just a very brief introduction from me in relation to this report, the Community Grants program funding round closed on the 1st of March, and all of the assessment panels have met to consider the applications and make recommendations to you. Members of the panels include councillors and council officers, and those people are best placed to answer any specific questions that you have about those items. So I'll leave my intro there. Thanks.
Thanks to General Manager Hauser. Yeah, sorry. So apologies, I jumped the gun there. So we'll just get Councillor Vonhoff just that declaration.
Again, yep. And then are we pulling, just to be clear, Chair, are we pulling that particular line item out, discussing the rest in some, and then, okay, thank you. All right. I inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter, as defined in section 150EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. I'm a member of the Range Tennis Club Incorporated. My children receive coaching through the Range Tennis Club Incorporated. The Range Tennis Club is an applicant organisation in row 10 of this item. I propose to leave and stay away from the place where the meeting is being held while this matter is discussed and voted on.
Thanks, Councillor Vonhoff. So Council, what I propose to do with that is so we are discussing and eventually getting to a vote on everything at the moment, bar row 10, which Councillor Vonhoff said that declarable interest. So once we do that, then she will step out and we can.
We do row 10.
Oh, you want to do it first? All right. Okay, we'll do it the other way around. All right. So we'll go straight to row 10. Sorry. Yeah, Councillor Carl.
Raise a matter here. If I may, Chair, just out of the abundance of caution, having looked at this list again early this morning too, I don't think, but I'll raise it with councillors, it's in the not approved list. The Highfields P&C, if I can just find it, the item number again. The only reason why I'm raising it is I've lost it, sorry. Oops. Concordia, no. I thought it was there.
Number 5.
Sorry?
Number 5 is Highfields. Number 5.
The Highfields and District Railways Cricket Club.
No, this was the P&C, but it may well be a mix-up. I've just read the column wrong, so I may need to apologise for my interjection here.
Can't find it, they're not approved.
Okay, so
No, sorry, I've misread item 79. It was, sorry.
No worries. So
My
we'll withdraw that one.
apologies.
So Councillor Vonhoff will exit the building.
Can I just, in relation to declaration,
Sure.
if you have been an office bearer of one of these some time ago, but if it's some time ago, in my case, Rangers Rugby Club was 43 years ago, one assumes there's no point in raising that.
Not a current.
No, sorry, not a current office bearer.
Definitely not. No.
So, no. General Manager Hauser just explained to me, Council Shine, 42 years is the cut-off. So you're right.
Oh, just made it, did I?
Yeah, just snuck in there. Okay, so councillors, we're dealing now just separately with row 10. So that's the Range Tennis Club. Are there any questions about that?
I'll be moved, Chair.
That item.
I'll be moved.
So no questions. Okay, so Councillor McMahon, you're happy to move, correct? You're happy to move
Yes.
row 10. Mayor Antonio, second. Anyone wish to go into debate? All those in favour? So carried unanimously. We can get Rebecca that, correct? Yeah, so we can ask Councillor Vonhoff.
Amount of money.
Thanks, Councillor Vonhoff. So the next we go through, councils, is everything with the exception of row 10. So are there any questions for any of the officers around that. Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. I just wondered, with the first one, line 1, the Biddiston P&C, will the community have access to those courts, the multi-purpose courts? Because this is a state government asset that we are funding.
Thank you, Councillor Summerfield, and through you, Chair. The reason for the recommendation, Councillor Summerfield, includes a condition that it's free for public access outside of school hours. So that would be a condition of the funding, that it is made available for public access outside of school hours, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Shine.
Yeah, just in relation to item 71, Millmerran Commerce and Progress Inc. rear defibrillator. It's been knocked back on the basis that it doesn't have a broad community benefit. Just wondering, could you explain that? A bit of self-interest here, because I'm going to Millmerran tomorrow and I've had a heart bypass 20 years ago, and they only last for 10 years, so I'd be keen to know if there is one out there.
Thanks, Councillor. When we assessed the DFIB overall as a project, we've previously not funded DFIBs. Issues from the assessment panels and various councillors here have been on those panels for community support over the years around maintenance and access. This one, and there's an error in that from our part. There is broader community benefit. There is community benefit around it. They are having access to it, but given the historic and consistency around it, we, as an assessment panel, didn't recommend it be funded. But yes, there is community benefit around that part of it. So there's the recommendation it not be funded, but yes, I do agree that there is community benefit around that. And also around the DFIBs consistently, we've recommended when they've been unsuccessful, we've provided the local community development officer to work with that group, and they've got funding through the volunteer programs and different other state government funding areas to source those DFIBs. But yes, definitely there is community benefit for it.
If I could, is that the case of this one, that do you know that they do have alternative funding through some other source?
Not yet, because waiting on the approval through this process, we always follow that up with their letter if they're unsuccessful, and then link them into their local community development officer for other funding. So it's not a no from us, it's actually, it's a no, but here's opportunities where there's potential funding for this kind of one. But the big one's being consistency around it.
Okay, I've got two more, if I mention those while we're here. 79, it's the Toowoomba State High School P&C with respect to refugee responsive program. I would have thought that has community benefit. One assumes the outcome of a successful program of that nature benefits the whole community.
Sorry. Let's read back on the minutes. In this one, I suppose the hard bit had been we'd had 26 applications for a total bucket of $13,000 to assess. Yes, the project was good within it, but when we reviewed that project compared to some of the other ones, and you'll notice the ones we recommended around homelessness and support to 2 or 3 programs locally, it wasn't rated as highly as the assessment panel as that application. And in doing it, in assessing them not as high, there's still the opportunity for them to come back round 1 next year to reapply, and also to take some time for them to come back to us to get some feedback on their application as well.
Okay. The final one is the last one, 82, the Yarra Memorial Hall Society. Again, I would have thought that, having been in that hall, that it is available for, community use there, therefore available to the community. And the other point is that it's the only one that I could see that Yarraman features in out of the whole lot. So I just thought it was a matter of equity in that regard as well.
Yeah, it was another tough one in terms of the assessment panel, where we did fund some other ones for part funding within it. But when we looked at that, and previously Yarraman had got some funding for it, what we'd looked at is potentially next round, rather than funding 2 areas for their meeting rooms, going back to the local community development officer, Bree, to work with them on maybe sourcing it for 1. So it's always it was a hard one, but probably even harder that we started with a $50,000 bucket, that we had $13,000 left to look, and where we can do as an assessment panel, and again, a number of councillors have been on it, where we can part fund through. We've tried to do that, but we'll provide feedback to them as well.
Right, thank you.
And I think just on a side on that, and Darryl, correct me if I'm wrong, the community support grant program was the most oversubscribed in terms of what we received. And
26 applications, councillor.
Thanks, Councillor Shine. Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I'm always blown away when we do this about the breadth and the depth of things that we support, like you kind of forget, so it's just very heartening to do this. But I know when we talked about the guidelines for these grants at the end of last year, we talked about the consistency of the language between what some of them support. So banging on about women in sport, why does the objectives for some, like the sport, not have women, encouraging women and other minority groups, and yet for, like, say, the event program, why does that specifically say to benefit disadvantaged and other women and other minority groups? Just to not have that consistency. I know I asked the question, I can't remember what you said.
And because the grant programs have individual focus on it, the language is different. I know it was raised at the workshop, and where we have done around P&Cs and P&Fs, we've done a bit of work. We come back every couple of years to councillors to workshop and to get some feedback on it, but they're not consistent in some areas because there's such specific elements that we're after, that we're funding for. But yeah, I flag it, and when we do come back for another workshop in terms of getting that feedback around it, happy to take that on board. And that's why we do come back, not just with our grants programs and have those individual sessions with councillors, but I think in the next 3 weeks we've got core support program and coming back and getting some feedback around that and some observations and especially around consistency.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Darryl. Could I just have another one?
Yes, sure.
Just, you mentioned before about the, and for Councillor, following up from Councillor Shine's question, do you look at across the region for consistency, like say if places like the North haven't really applied for very much, and then the CDO encouraging those groups then to know what's available? No,
we do.
Yeah.
And we've had times where we've had more from one regional area than another, and we try to look at that. We try to look at it in consistency and do a bit of prep work before the assessment panel meets about when was it last funded, and you'll note some in there. And I think Councillor Summerfield had about like what they provide, and there's a new list in there that we took that on board about what they provide themselves as well. So we also do look at when they were last funded, were they funded for a couple of times, and maybe that's time for a break. It's not a bad application, but we share that around. We try to do best we can in the times we have to get all this done and get back within a month's timeline to applications. We, at an officer level before the assessment panel meets and the staff are here now, we do take that time to look at those kind of things.
Thanks, Sarah. Thank you.
And just on, probably the other thing I might add on, I think it's a good opportunity also to acknowledge the CDOs, the work they actually do in assisting the community in this actual grant program. They do go above and beyond it. Like, I've been really touched by one example we heard of the last round. We had one of our CDOs that, through one of the community groups, they helped with the application. They put it in at literally the 11th hour, hadn't quite completed or signed it. The CDO literally after hours drove to their house so they could sign it, so they could get it in and things like that. So I do think it's a good opportunity to note the work that they do in those areas to try and encourage so that we get as many of these applications as possible. So
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. I had Councillor Von Hoff.
Thanks, Chair. And to your point about the CDOs, those are exactly the sort of staff who we really need to keep in our organisation. I want to draw attention to line item 67, butterfly hands. Opening doors on essential services for our deaf community, a workshop focusing on essential services, police and fire, tailored to the deaf community to increase understanding, promote inclusiveness and create awareness within emergency services, and it wasn't approved. And the reasons given was that the application items were not deemed a high priority and did not have as broad a community benefit as the ones who did get funding. And on those two criteria, I would argue that that a program that helps in emergency situations is indeed a high priority and does have broad community benefit because we're talking about public safety. So could I have some comments on that, please, through you, Chair?
Well, Mr Bates?
Again, you guys at the back are getting it easy. Yeah, I suppose it had been, in the full application, we've got a copy here to read through, that it had been a fairly small group in terms of who would do the training for. So it wasn't a big group, it was a smaller number. Yes, it was important, and I think I take it on board around the comments here that have come through from you, Councillor, and Councillor Shine, that we need to be a bit more specific around the feedback in what we're putting in there, because it could be saying the lack of community benefit. Yes, there is for that group, but overall, based on the applications, the 26 we had, they were higher priority ones, we felt, as an assessment panel, to fund in this round. And we funded 10 out of 26, so there's still 16 not funded, and that was one of those programs. We would go back, as we have previously, and in that letter, unfortunately you're unsuccessful if that's how it goes through, and provide feedback on your application and why, and padding that out a bit more. The hard bit was when you've got a small bucket of money left, there's going to be areas and applications that aren't funded, and unfortunately for the assessment panel across the board, felt that that wasn't a higher priority. But I do take on councillors' feedback around really putting the reasons and the recommendations are more thorough around that individual applications.
Nothing further?
Oh, it's just, thanks, Chair. It's a really difficult situation if we've got very worthy projects and a set amount of money. Perhaps then it falls back on us to think about, should there be some sort of recalibration of the funding pools, so that if we've got 10 of 26 community support grants being approved, and the remaining, some of them being very, very worthy, can we consider for the next round of funding, recalibrating those funding pools?
Can I answer? Off you go. And we agree. I think the councillors and the staff that are on assessment panels, we get lots of quality applications. We're still stuck within the budget parameters we do, but we've done a fair bit of work over the last few years to move those. Sports tourism had money given because they'd had a history over a few years of overexpending their buckets and done that. I suppose the key for us, and it's probably a question back to council, is because our timelines are so narrow, that's the difficult part. You know, from when they close to when assessment panels meet to when we make recommendations, get the report up and get that finalised, the timelines. If we could potentially move that a bit, yes, there might be some opportunities, and we do still do that. We use unspent funds for different projects over the years, and we've done that with the Multicultural Festival, we've done that with football games that have come through, and so I think, yes, we can, and it's always tough, but I think we're getting better and better at moving funds around based on the areas. Unfortunately, this one for us, because we had so many good projects first round, we had a little bit of money left second. So with a bit more time, I think we could move those around and reprioritise.
And a supplementary, if I might just quickly, Chair, is there an opportunity, and will these groups be encouraged to reapply in the next round, and perhaps the order of the assessment might be such that they are considered first, as the previous round was oversubscribed?
Definitely, and we always go, like, it's never for not just community support but across the board for staff, that when the letters go out, it's never just a no. It's happy to work with you on your application, provide the feedback that's there, not just in community support through the CDOs but the sports team, whether that be Sue, you know, whether that be Kirsten through events. You're actually working with those groups because at the end of the day we want them funded, but we have a bucket of money that we're working with as well.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Just might get something.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I would just like to make comment, and I support Darryl's comments. I think we have made some realignments of those budget allocations over time, and the most recent example that Darryl gave us was the sports tourism events program, which was always oversubscribed and expended by halfway through the year. By Christmas time we would have run out of money. So this year we did do some moving within the various programs to support sports tourism events to a greater level. The demand for the various programs seems to move and change year to year, and this year we can see a large undersubscription in the events support program area for obvious reasons. COVID's had a big impact on events. I'm not sure what that looks like going forward, and I'd ask our team to have a look at that and make some predictions about what we think the next 12 months might look like. I already know that Mr Humphries will tell me that it's important that we'll continue to support those events and give those community groups that want to get them up and going some support and get back on their feet and get that happening. But there's a large undersubscription there, so I would suggest that in formulating next year's budget, there's an opportunity to shuffle the deck chairs a little bit so that we support the community support grants a little bit more, because they seem to be the ones in recent years that are oversubscribed, as well as the sport and rec grant program. So we'll have a look at that in the budget formulation and budget adoption, and I'll ask my team to make sure I'm well briefed before we have our next session and tell me what we've done, and I'll ask you to remind me to tell you what we've done, and we'll let you know where it's at.
Thanks.
Thanks, Nick. I've got Councillor Shine.
Yeah, thank you. Just want to support what Councillor Bonhoff said in relation to that recalibration or readjustment, and welcome the comments of General Manager just made. I just do point out that this year the totality of the grants available, grant money available, was 563,000, and the amount spent was 421, leaving an amount unspent of 140,000. And it's just a shame that we can't put that 140,000 to the examples that Councillor Von Hoff and I gave, and plus the others who have been knocked back, which were worthy. But some more elasticity to the whole program, whereby there's discretion to use unspent monies would be make sense, I would have thought, and be to the benefit of, obviously, to the recipients and the community generally.
Might be a good precursor to what's coming. But Nick, did you want to comment on that?
Thank you, Councillor Shine. Look, I think that opportunity does exist for Council here today to some extent. There's caution, careful consideration of what those might be, but if there are applications there that are thought to be worthy of support, that through the motion that you move could be a recommendation that funding be made available from one program to the other to support those. That's at your discretion. We have administratively not taken that approach in our recommendations in the past, but certainly it's at Council's discretion. And if you're of a mind, rather than suggest that you do that now, we could do some work on that before it comes back to Council next week, if there are applications there that you think are worthy.
Something along those lines would be desirable. It would be unwise for us here today to pick and choose the ones that will benefit, and you would want some sort of examination of the ones that haven't been approved. It may be that I haven't done the sums, but it may be that they all could be approved within that 140,000, that difference. But I think the panel whose normally responsible for this should be the ones to look at it, and perhaps between now and next Tuesday we could work it out and put it through next week in a final form.
Thank you, Councillor Shine. I would caution against a blanket approval of everything. There will be some projects in there that may not be worthy of that kind of consideration. And as I'm thinking on my feet, I wonder if it might be better, and I agree with your suggestion that the panels meet to reconsider, maybe we would be better to come back next month in May rather than try and do that in a week's time with a long weekend coming up to mind you, so one less working day for us this week. Come back in May with a considered approach and some recommendations might be better.
I've just got. Sorry, your Councillor Shine.
Just one final point, that hopefully that wouldn't hold up the ones that have now been approved. You know, if we could.
No, that's correct. Yep. Just watching all the hands go up, I'm worried I've opened a can of worms.
I might I will get to all those questions. So I think there was one thing that was discussed around the remaining pool that was left there to look at the potential of having another one of the micro grants that we had back this time last year, that was hugely popular. So there's that opportunity there as well. But I might just flesh that out. I think I had Councillor McMahon. Did you want to?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Look, I agree with the comments of Councillor Shine and Councillor Von Hoff that we have, I mean, it's always a good day when we can effectively give money to community organisations that need it. And in this program we have over $500,000 that we give out. And my issue very early on in this process was exactly what we're talking about, the fluidity of, we have all these buckets, some are terribly oversubscribed, some are terribly undersubscribed, and some sort of fluidity, elasticity, whatever word you want to use between them would be a really good thing. So sitting on all of these panels and seeing the need for it, I actually had a chat with our staff who know this process well, and there's an amendment to the motion which you would have received in your inboxes, councillors, last night, and Wendy has access to that, and I wonder if we could talk through it. That the motion would read, the first two parts of the motion the same, and the third, that council approve $50,000 from unallocated funds specifically in the event support program to be used for community support micro grants program for grants up to $500 for eligible organisations. These grants will be approved by a panel consisting of council officers who will recommend approval to the CEO. Chair, if I could talk to this motion, I agree with Councillor Shine that it would be good to get some of those.
Well, so Councillor McMahon, sorry, so you're moving an amendment there. Do I have a second? Does someone want to? Do I have a seconder for that amendment? First of all,
There's really no motion. There's really no motion. You've only got a committee recommendation, so it's this.
But don't we need that?
We're moving that whole motion.
No,
Yeah.
it hasn't been moved yet.
No. So all right. So you don't need to move the amendment.
No, you do.
You do. Yeah, that's what I mean. So I need to move. So.
You can move the whole motion.
So, but it's a whole motion.
has to be moved.
All right. So that's where that sits at the moment. But I think also just there might be an opportunity to flesh this out further, just on some of the other conversations that we said around other. So yeah, sorry if you want to proceed.
No, thanks, Chair. Welcome feedback on protocol or whatever. Where we're at is, rather than trying to pick and choose the next best in line for some projects that were unfunded and perhaps could have been, some projects are unfunded for a reason, and you know, we have grant selection panels who do their job in that regard. We actually ran a micro grants program late last year. It was very well subscribed, where basically eligible organisations can ask for $500 in funding for, you know, and the criteria on it is rather less. Very well subscribed. There was, I think, 96 applicants, which puts us around the $50,000 for $500 each. I forgot what I was going to say.
No good.
Oh yeah, it's I don't think all of these small club grants need to come back to us, which is why the we've pretty much delegated power to council officers through the CEO. So I think that this amendment, even though it puts staff in a little bit of work to assess all those small grant panels, is the best way that we can look at this issue. And I agree that there were some changes to the different sizes of the buckets in this past budget, and I welcome council officers investigating that in the next budget. But we're at a point, if we can just have a look at that table on page 9 of the report, page 15 of board books, we actually have $76,000 unused in the event support budget. Some of the other budgets are, filled to the dollar, so they're the oversubscribed ones. It's not a matter of, with Councillor Shine's point, that we have, according to that table, $106,000 unaccounted for. Council did approve the Multicultural Festival with the money to be used out of this pool as well. So we don't actually have $106,000. In some communication with the officers, $50,000 from specifically the event support budget would be the best way to do this, and working with those non-approved for our next grant round, and as Councillor Vonhoff said, giving them some sort of a priority as they were unassigned. So that, in my opinion, is the best way that we have money allocated for community use to make sure it is given to community use, and I'd propose the amendment to the motion too. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor McMahon. I'll park that where it is. I've got Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not supportive one way or the other of your suggestion there, Councillor McMahon. However, given the previous discussion where we were talking about the reassessing the ones that weren't approved, I just had a quick look. There's well over $100,000 there that's already applications lodged, and if you're looking at timelines, and happy to hear feedback from staff about whether there would be time capacity to do the community grants, that the micro grants that you're suggesting, that probably needs to be considered as well. In relation to the buckets, as we call them, sorry guys, for each of the grant programs, that they vary each year, and so we need that flexibility to have those individual buckets. I would hate to see us actually merge it into one, and because that means there are some who are going to miss out at times when they really should be getting that funding, and they were all implemented initially, historically, for a specific reason, and so I think we need to respect that. Would be my only suggestion there. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Councillor Summerfield. I've got Councillor Harris-Sullivan.
Oh, thanks, Chair. I suppose I was going to make a very similar point, that I'm not sure that Councillor McMahon's amendment to that motion is going to cover the intent of looking at some of these ones that have missed out. And I also find with this process, we have these panels, a lot of people spend a lot of time assessing these, assessing what the budget is and making a decision, and then we kind of question those because we think that one might be a little bit more worthy than the other. I'm happy to stay with the process and maybe reassess it next time.
Thanks, Councillor Harris-Sullivan. Take that as a comment. Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Look, I welcome the notion of having flexibility within the programs, but particularly around this last round, because we do have that opportunity. Mind you, might have been a little difficult to have as much confidence around supporting the Languages and Cultural Festival had there not been an under-subscription in the events area. So, as Councillor Summerfield says, these change on an annual basis, but I do think there could well be a council policy which would help officers and the assessment panels to say that at round 2 there is flexibility within the grant program to allocate funds from one program to another, which, as the General Manager said, we have done in the past. But in doing so, perhaps the panels, through you to General Manager Nick to Darryl, have that opportunity to moderate or monitor that before it comes to Council. There hasn't been a directive from Council to enable officers to do that, and I just wonder whether that could be the best way forward from
the next round, which would be the first round in the next financial year, that this council does have a motion to enable the officers the moderation ability to suggest the changes through grant funds at round 2. Round 1, I agree with Councillor Summerfield. We are treading in dangerous waters if we start to shuffle the deck chairs in round 1, but round 2 is a different scenario. So maybe that's a way forward to give officers the flexibility to moderate unspent funds to cover off on areas. That doesn't mean every application gets funded. It means they go through the same process. And I agree with Darryl that the work, and Councillor O'Shea, that the work that the CDOs undertake is critical in this whole process, and the feedback is equally important, that those that have missed out this time could well change. I also agree that the description and reasons for not approval could be less generic and more appropriate to each particular application.
I'll just get Darryl, did you want to answer that one?
Thanks, Councillor. It'll just be the timeline. There's no reason that stops that moderation between areas for round 2. The issue we face is the timelines that we've set ourselves to get back within the month. So I suppose if the direction is that we look at that moderation panel, and other local governments do that within it, they have their assessment panels and then some moderation between. It's only the timeline. So if I can come back through the GM with some suggested timelines for a round 2 for councillors to look at, it gives staff then after assessment. So we still go through our assessment, because of the 16 in my program area, not all of them are going to be funded. You know, there's still going to be those who are not funded in that round, but it gives us a little bit more time to be able to then go back to look at what buckets were left over, what funds were there, and could it be funded still within it. Not that they all would be funded, but what's the next highest priority that we have, and a moderation between those grant areas. So happy if that goes back through you, Nick, for councillors to look at.
Anything further?
No, I agree with that, but I'm happy to move forward with this one in this case, given all the information that's been provided, and would welcome that discussion coming through the General Manager before round 1 of the next grant, so that we all get an understanding and officers get an understanding of what's happening.
All right, thanks. Councillor Summerfield?
Yeah, look, I wholeheartedly agree with that. That round 2 flexibility, I think, would be a really good win-win for our communities. And I really appreciate the fact that you've acknowledged all the great work that the CDOs do out in the regional areas in relation to all these grants. They do amazing work in helping all these people, and I think that needs to be acknowledged, and thank you for that. I also note, and maybe this is something that the CDOs, who may already deliver this message, that all of these ones that have been unfunded in this round haven't provided a financial contribution towards it. And I think that that may be considered for them, you know, to get that message out that if you do you know, when we're looking at grants, I know in our area when we do the environmental grants, we do look at that. Is there a financial contribution from this organisation that's applying? And they do get favouritism over those that haven't. So I think getting that message out would also be very helpful. But I like the idea of the second round flexibility, and also more appropriate reasons why.
Thanks, Councillor Summerfield. Yeah, I think it's a good opportunity to look at that. So we'll be able to do that, because I think at the end of the day, what the grants are there for is to support as many people through the different organisations throughout our community. So, and this is probably the better way to do it. As we know, things change, but each time you'll have different programs that are oversubscribed and others that won't reach it, which we've seen in this instance here. So how you're able to, and trust me, sitting on all of those committees, it's really hard. And I don't think there's any applicant in here where you say that they're not actually worthy or they're not delivering something that will be a benefit to the community. But at the end of the day, as I said, when you're assessing it, there's a set amount of money, and it's trying to make it reach the most appropriate or the highest priority, and it is a difficult one. So this is probably a good way we can look at that, particularly around the second. So if there are no further... Oh, we do. Sorry, Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you, Chair. So I think that there's agreement here on several points about the detail, about the flexibility in the second round, and about the worthiness of some of these projects, and the and respecting and upholding the decisions made by the decision panels. I just wonder with the third point that's up there before us to consider, and Councillor McMahon, I absolutely applaud some lateral thinking to try and make things, to try and make a difference and to try and make it work. I'm just not convinced that $500 is going to address some of the issues that have been raised here today, because, you know, for Councillor Shine's example, you can't buy $500 of a defib. You know, it's got to be that full amount. And for my example about the deaf community workshop, you know, $500 might not actually be make a difference and allow them to complete the workshop. So I just question if we are actually going to be able to achieve what we would like to achieve with that 0.3.
Just on that, I might ask Councillor McMahon, do you want to have a crack at that as the one that's moved this potential item?
Thanks for the opportunity, Chair, and I welcome that comment, Councillor Vonhoff. I think the reason with $500 is because you simply fit more community organisations in there, and once we start, I mean, there's 100 available grants at that ratio. Once we change it to 1,000, you know, you skip half of. The purpose of a micro grant isn't to fund some of the bigger things as a normal community organisation would, but you know, this is the ability to get cricket bats and soccer balls in some of the smaller community organisations, as an example of many. And yeah, it's a micro grant. It's not specifically designed to be the same thing as a normal grant. Look, and very valid point, you know, you can't buy 1/5 of a defibrillator, but certainly next round in the grants program. And moving forward, I very much welcome the idea that in round 2 we have some sort of a moderation or a fluidity process amongst them moving forward. But no, the community grants program is very popular at 500 because it's there's less detail to apply, and it really helps some of the smaller organisations. Thanks.
Councillor Carl?
Yeah, I just need a bit of clarity. So we're moving forward with this motion in its entirety as an interim until the discussion comes back, or the moderation, the idea of moderation around the second round, or is that status quo forever as part of the new initiative as suggested?
I'll have a crack at it if you like. I think so. What the recommendation that we see sitting there is approval of the grants exception to 10. So the third point around is introducing for this particular occasion the micro grant. And I think from the points that were raised earlier from Councillor McDonald and Councillor Summerfield, just around a moderation, that would be something that officers would then work through the GM to bring back to council for what that would look like. Have I got that right?
So is this micro grants initiative, my question, first part of the question is, that's, with this motion, that's in place permanently?
Hasn't been voted on yet.
No, I'm asking because I want to know which way.
Yeah.
Will I, Mr Chair? Thank you. My interpretation, and I'd need to ask for Councillor McMahon to confirm that this is a once-off just for this financial year, given that there's that current under subscription and under allocation of funding, that this is a once-off for this financial year to take advantage of that available funding. We did it last year, 12 months ago, as a COVID response to try and stimulate and support our community groups who are having all sorts of troubles because of COVID restrictions. They couldn't have meetings, they couldn't have their fundraising activities, they're having difficulty paying for insurances and other outgoings because their activities were curtailed. And $500 was a shot in the arm for them at that time to deal with that. Through my conversations with Councillor McMahon, and I shouldn't speak for him, but I think his intent is that, you know, that opportunity exists here again. You know, that whilst the need from a COVID perspective mightn't be quite as acute now, there still is that need there. So it is a different purpose, which Councillor McMahon explained, than trying to extend the availability of those unfunded or recommended not for funding applications here. It's a different purpose, just taking advantage of the available funding.
So, yeah, comment, Chair, if I may. Yeah, on the basis of an interim measure, I tend to agree with Councillor Megan. There's a process in place, and it's evolved for those of us who know that, and it's evolved over some time. That's not to say it won't evolve continually in the future, and it should. There's some tried and proven measures in here that have really stood the test of evolved out of things not working, and hopefully that will continue. We'll refine that. But the flip side of this for me is that this is communities' money. It's not community organisations only, it's communities' money, and there needs to be some benchmarks and process in place to ensure that. So I'm happy with the moderation idea to come back and for consideration, but I just think we need to remember that if we're giving money into a community for a particular reason, it's not just those who are in sporting fraternities or a community entity, it is the broader community's money. So I'm really, I guess, flagging that I wouldn't like to see the core foundations of this process diluted just for the sake of, oh, well, we've got a slush fund that we can combine these different areas of money because we can. If they meet the benchmark, let's go for it. Let's support them where we can. If they don't, well, let's hold the line for the sake of being authentic and prudent with the spending of communities' money.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. I'll take that as a comment. I've got Councillor Shine.
Yeah, just a matter of clarification. Before we got on to the micro ones, I thought we had consensus that we would bring back in May a further recommendation in relation to the ones that weren't approved, the ones that Councillor Von Hoff and I raised, for example. Is that what's up there doesn't reflect that at all, or doesn't refer to that, what I understood to be the moderation mechanism that General Manager Nick referred to before, in terms of using up the unallocated funds in the totality of the grant scheme.
Is that a question to me? Yes, I'd appreciate some direction from Council if that's what you desire. You suggested that there was consensus, Councillor Shine, and there was, from where I sit, there was reasonably positive body language around that suggestion. I'm not sure that I'd be confident enough to say it was consensus, but if Council would like us to do that, I would appreciate some direction around that, and could be included as an additional recommendation that a further report be presented to the May Committee meeting with recommendation for allocation of other grants up to an amount of, whatever you think's suitable, $10,000, $20,000, or something like that would give us something to work on.
Just got a few. So before we get to that point, so I suppose my understanding where we reached was those first 3 points that were raised. There was talk around that moving forward, that this was a way that we could look at the moderation of at the second round into the future as a way of moving forward to what situation that we've had in this case. But there was, and that's basically where we sat at the moment. So
well, I think it went further than that, because it specifically mentioned May to deal with the ones that were approved at this stage.
And that would deal with this round 2 program. And then what I'm hearing from Council is a suggestion from Councillor McDonald around, and others around, some flexibility at round 2 next year. And we would have some conversations amongst the officers about how that might work, and come back to you and think about whether it needs to be embedded in the policy, or it's through some other mechanism. I'm not sure. I'm not thinking quickly enough on my feet. But if that's Council's desire, and I do get that sense, it's a difficult one for us. We have the program funding, and I'm trying to avoid the term bucket. We have funding for the various programs, and we allocate to the highest priorities within those those programs, that assumes that we've got the distribution correct. So a program with a lot of funding, if each application was given a score, say, out of 100, we might be funding programs, applications that get a score of 52, whereas another program that doesn't have enough funding to go somewhere, we might have unsuccessful applications as scoring 60 or 70. So we don't use that scale, by the way, of giving scores, so it's a little bit subjective, but we can, if there's a desire amongst council to take advantage of the full funding application, we could moderate those which we think are worthy and suggest those and say, well, they were unsuccessful, council, through the various grant programs. However, we note there's an under-allocation of $100,000 and we think here's another $20,000 worth of projects that are worthy. That's how it might work when it comes here in 12 months' time.
Thanks, Nick. So have you got a suggestion of, is that what you've got up there?
Yeah.
What is up there? Is that?
Yeah, it is that there's a blank for the dollars, but my rough maths were there's about $140,000 difference, take away 50, at least 90, so put it up, say 80 to be on the safe side.
No, it's not.
Can we just get clarification? Was it 106?
Councillors, I think it's $104,000 or $106,000 under allocated. We do have a commitment to the Languages and Cultures Festival for a sponsorship of $25,000, which we didn't specifically, the council decision didn't specifically say that it needed to come from the grants programs. However, it was suggested in the report that that could potentially be a likely funding source. So that's something that you ought to be aware of and consider. So if that's to be funded from here, it's 104 or 106 minus 25. And then if you're considering micro grants, and that debate probably hasn't been exhausted yet, but if you're considering micro grants, that's another consideration.
Okay.
So
Yeah, no, I apologise. I was looking at different figures.
so of 29. So that's the. So that's what we've got there at the moment. Is that what you're suggesting, Councillor Shine?
Yeah, take from the 106, take away the 50.
Take away
It's a higher number,
Languages
29.
and Cultural Festival.
Languages and Cultures Festival was $27,000.
Oh, I see, right. Okay, so and the balance is 29. So
Yep.
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, sorry, hang on. I've got a bit going on here. So that's the suggestion to the.
Yeah.
So we don't have it. There's not a. We haven't moved around the motion at the moment. So that's what you're happy with that. What we have sitting there. All right. So before I move to that, I've got a few others that are floating around. I've got Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair, and I think you're doing a very good job in trying to manage this. This has become quite messy, and I'm quite concerned about where we're heading with this, to be quite honest. As Councillor Megan mentioned earlier, we have due process and we really should be following it, because at the moment, the big thing that's really concerning me is with that 29,000 and with the 50 for that matter, we're going to pick winners. And this table should never pick winners, because there is over $100,000 worth of unapproved grant applications in there, and you're going to pick $29,000 worth of winners. And who should decide that? I mean, really. I'm very concerned about where we're heading with this. And the other concern I have in relation to the micro grants, and I did ask before, and I'd like to hear from the staff, capacity to deliver by the 30th of June, these micro grants. So there's a couple of things going on here, and I think we need to get a bit of clarity if we could. Sorry, James, you've been doing a good job.
So I'll take the question around the micro grants, and I might ask Mr. Bates to comment around that.
see if that's where it falls. We can do it. I say we because Fiona sits up the back there and put her head down. We did it last year. We had 261 applications during a COVID period, and I think Councillor Tim, your comment about the benefit, there was a huge benefit. The most feedback we've got had been in the community area had been what a great thing those micro grants were for the sporting club who had equipment. We don't fund that through Sport and Rec. You know, for small upgrades that are happening. Yes, it won't fund a DFIB and those ones. We can make it happen. Like, we're not going to say no because the community are the ones at the end of the day that benefit out of that. So we can make that happen with the timelines that we have. And there's a process in place. It might be some extra staffing, and Gary's up there. So if council, if that's the direction going forward, we can make that happen. But I suppose I preface all that saying the community are the ones that will benefit. They're the ones who really benefited from it last time, and they understand that process. We've made it pretty easy for them in terms of the application. So yeah, I definitely can make it happen in the timelines and have it all done by 30 June.
Okay, thank you, that's heartening. Could I just make a suggestion to you, Councillor James, that, you know, we now have 5, I think, recommendations. Is it 4 or 5 recommendations up there? Could we vote on them individually, please?
We can. Can do that. Well, depends if we get a move or not. Yeah, we can work our way through each of those motions when we get to them. Now, I've got a queue up here. Councillor Harris-Sullivan.
I guess that last explanation covered off on my query about if we're spending $500 each on, and we've got a pool of 500,000, that's 100 projects. Do we even have another 100 micro grant applications ready to go, or are we sourcing them, or they're on some list somewhere already, are they, or...?
We'd source them, same as we did last time. We'd have a media release, we have it on our grants page, through with the community information directory and through our regional emails. We send it out. It's a 2-week period, and when I say community groups are used to it, we had the 261 apply last time, so you know we have all those applications we've got in the system as well with individual emails out. So yeah, we'd have to source that in the timelines we have. But we did that last time within a 2-week window. And I think the good thing with that system we put in place last time was the urgency around it. So community groups knew they had to get it in quickly, have the information. If the information wasn't in, they were not eligible. So we worked through a good process last time.
Thank you. I mean, I would like to vote on them individually because I don't feel comfortable. I feel like we're spending $50,000 because it's there.
Yeah, okay. So that's your explanation. But yeah, we would go out to source those, and last time we did it, it was widely popular, and there's a few people said already.
I agree, but we're not covering off on the intent of spending, sourcing more community funding, I guess, you know, more projects.
Councillor Carr.
Yeah, last question from me, Chair. Just so I got it clear in my mind around the phasing of this, those 4 or 5 motions now. So we're talking about a one-off for the micro grants to the end of the financial year, which is only June, and a one-off.
Yes, correct.
For the suggestion from Councillor Shine. So that's why I was asking, is it an end or end our capacity, given the other commitment and what's available? So it's both, and they're both essentially, between now and the end of the financial year, a one-off, and then we look at the remodelling of the funding streams, or flexibility around that round 2 for the coming financial year. Yeah? Is that correct?
Thank you. Through you, Chair, yes, that's my understanding. This just deals with this financial year and the grants, so they are once off. The further work into the future is that flexibility at round 2, which requires some additional work. This is just once off.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Carr. Got couldn't just go around the ring. Got a few more left. Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. No, I had intended to resolve those points. Look, I'm happy if it reads for the 21 financial year. That's fine in number 3. That was always the intent, and if it would help Councillor Carl, I'm happy to alter number 3 to put 21 financial year. So advanced program to be used for community. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
The 2021 financial year, because it's this one.
2021.
So can I take everyone back a step on where I've arrived with number 3? My community micro grants idea was done in collaboration with the staff. I very much was talking around the same ideas that can we fund some of the unfunded ones with the money that's left over. My thinking, Councillor Shine, why I didn't put it in the original one was because the actual grants, we've got to get the panels to meet, then bring it back, and the timelines to do that by end of June are pushing it. And I think there will always be people who miss out on grant funding and go to the next round. I think that's part of the course. I do worry about the excess $29,000 or the grant panels meeting sometime in the next month and then bringing a report to us by May. That was why I hadn't put that in the original community grants application, because of the timelines, and why my motion asked that it be delegated through council staff to sort of save that meeting process. I just wanted to pick up on point 5. My estimation is 106 left, 50,000 community grants, 25,000 multicultural festival, just through the offices, if you're happy with number 29 there.
Through you again, Chair, the Languages and Cultures Festival sponsorship was 27,000, not 25, so apologies for any confusion there. But 50 plus 27 plus 29 is 106.
Okay, so as long as you're happy with that number, I'm happy. I just wanted to pick up on a few larger issues, Chair, while I'm speaking. About Councillor Carl's point of it is community money, not community organisation money. I think any grant, whether micro or standard, you need to be a community organisation to register. So it's not individual people from the community who get this money. I appreciate that we're halfway through April, and my idea of the micro grants was if we were to leave this motion as this recommendation, there's $106,000 that could be delivered to the community and make a huge difference to some sporting clubs that may otherwise not be there. And I appreciate the concern that we haven't followed process, which is why if we do a whole nother round and delegate it to the council staff, I feel like we have followed process. I just wanted clarification again from perhaps Darryl for number 5. I'm on all of those grants panels, and we might have to meet for all of them again for a report back here in May. Those timelines with the grants panelling, etc., are they possible? And do we need to meet all the grants panel meetings?
I might take that one if that's okay, Mr. Chair. Thinking practically through that, councillors, I wouldn't see a need for all of those assessment panels to meet again, because some had sufficient funding available to. Funding hasn't been a constraint for some of those, i.e. temporary COVID-19 pandemic recovery, the environment, and cultural and arts support. It's really the community support grants program and potentially sport and recreation grants program that have knocked back or not recommended for approval some applications through insufficient funds. So I think for me, and the ones that I heard raised by councillors were around the community support grants, and so we could potentially even limit it to that. And I'm looking to the sport and rec team at the back, and they're not raising any concerns. They seem to be quite comfortable with the sport and where the sport and rec grants are, and no councillors raised any concerns around not recommended for approvals for sport and rec. So perhaps we can just limit our focus to community support.
Yeah. So thanks, Nick, for that clarification, and I'm wondering if Councillor Shine would like to accept the proposal to change number 5, that we use the community support grants to be the recipient of that 29,000.
I'll hold that because we're going to vote on these individually at the moment. We've got a few remaining here. Councillor Von Hoff.
Thank you. And Chair, Nick, you hit the nail on the head of a few issues that I was going to raise. And I just think that if that $29,000 goes through the usual assessment panel process for the community support grants, then we won't. The idea that we'd be picking winners would be nullified because it would go through the same process. And I question And I suspect that the people on that community support assessment panel, had they had access to more funds, they would have approved more of these projects.
Mayor Antonio.
Oh, look, I was just concerned about sequence here. I think there's obviously some things that ought to happen first, get them tidied up, e.g. looking at those unsuccessful applications, and then move on to something else in an appropriate sequence, would be my personal view on it.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Mayor. Councillor McDonald.
Thanks. Thanks, Mr Chair. Can I just go back to the recommendations, Wendy, when you get an opportunity? So, item recommendation number 2, if you treat them separately, may need to have some revision if item 5 gets through.
Exactly. Subject to...
I'm just questioning through you to the GM, if we're only assessing the community support grants, is there an opportunity to do that between now and next week and just have it completed by next Tuesday? If that's the case, we can move forward.
Councillor McDonald, I think it's difficult. Friday's a show holiday. We've got Thursday and Monday left and administration to do. Need to convene 2 or 3 councillors as well as the staff. I think it's a pretty tight time frame.
Well, it's almost been
Not
done
the
here
NC1,
today it's almost been done by the questions that have been raised around the room, to be perfectly honest. I just have, and normally I would be against this, but the comments from Darryl in regard to the worthiness of those that have missed out has opened up the door for me to consider item number 5. But I'd be completely over the line if this could be tidied up for next week, because then item 2 stays the same. Right? Item 2 stays the same. It just becomes messier if we can't finish it between now and next week. So Darryl's shaking his head sideways, which is not the right direction. But anyway, if it can't be done, then happy to continue on as you're going.
Right. We've covered off on that. Councillor Summerfield, back this way.
At the risk of making this even messier, I just did a quick look at the community support one applications in there. It's about $36,000. So maybe if they were all worthy of approval, that then the balance of that, instead of $50,000, the balance of that be given to micro grants.
Well,
but I don't know if all of those applications are suitable for funding either, so that's a problem as well. So we can't just carte blanche say they all get approved. Yeah, I can see Darryl shaking his head. So this is...
That's why we need a sequence.
Yes, agree.
No, I don't know. I was going to... Yeah, okay.
Just
Nick? No. Brian? Wendy? Anyone? Okay, so any other questions or suggestions or thoughts? Oh, sorry, Councillor Carr. Apologies.
A question to my mind, we're talking about this in its entirety. This is the whole grants, community support, the whole lot. I just got a question, why would we be voting on these independently? And why wouldn't this be one motion with 5 parts to it as a voting on it? We're split, I don't know, are we splitting hairs here? I mean, because some disagree with some parts of it, but if you look at this as a part of what we do, as far as community grants in its entirety, I'm not just using community grants as that label, wouldn't we be voting on this as a one motion?
I take your point, but I think because we've had a lot added into this, there's quite a bit of conjecture over. Some I think will be pretty straightforward, and I think there's probably elements of the 4 or 5 recommendations as they sit at the moment that where some are comfortable with parts and some aren't.
The reason why I ask, Chair, is because look, I'm not closed off to any of that, but personally. That's why I wanted to qualify with my previous question about the timing and that it's a one-off, and that and the recovery period after COVID around some of these grants that could be given out, subject to them reaching a benchmark. And, you know, the broader, not everyone's in a community organisation, I might add too, when I talk about community. But everyone is a ratepayer that contributes to this pool. So I don't necessarily have a problem, but I just can't see the reasoning that why we wouldn't, with the timings of those suggested, all those components, just vote on the thing as a single motion.
Yeah, again, I take your point, Councillor Carr, but again, I think reading the room, I think there's quite a bit of conjecture over some others, and so Councillor Melissa Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. To your point, Councillor Carl, I would prefer to vote on them individually, because I agree with Councillor the Mayor, Councillor Antonio, because I really believe that there is a sequence, and we also have a process. I personally, my apologies, Councillor Tim, but I actually don't want to approve the micro grants, because I believe that there's been a lot of organisations that have put approvals in for grants that we've been knocked back but are still worthy programs. So I would rather vote on them individually so that I can have my voice on where those funds are allocated, rather than a carte blanche.
And I think that's where we sort of sit. Can I ask a question of whether it be the General Manager or Mr Bates, just looking at this and the way where we're sitting at it, is there any, for example, would there be any reason we could or could not go through the process of improvement we have here but defer the community support grant funding? I know how timely this is, and where I'm going with this, I suppose, is if that was possible, because this is the main area of conjecture, it would seem at the moment, if we deferred the community support program grants until what month we're in at, the next round of committee meetings, and then also with that you could say, and then these other things we have, and then subject to the remaining funding that sits in the overall funding pool, how it is allocated. So whether that be 50,000 towards a micro grant, or the balance of, or 20, or whatever that may be. But I don't know how that would work from a timeliness point of view, because councillors, I think the biggest one that we're talking around here is this community support grant, and how we, in the cleanest way and the best way, get to an outcome where we approve which ones we believe didn't receive approval that could, if there was additional funding, that are worthy. Throw another spanner in the works.
Thank you, Councillor O'Shea. I've conferred with my learned colleague here, and there are some applicants that are waiting on funding to commence their projects, so that's a challenge. We have, I've used my extensive influence and twisted his arm, and he's given me a commitment that we'll have a look at those unfunded now. Mr Bates is going to go back to his desk and have a look through those and circulate for comment via email to the panel, which consists of yourself, Councillor McMahon, I think, and Councillor Carol Taylor, who's away, as well as the officers, with some recommendations around which we might recommend for approval and get them back here next Tuesday for the ordinary meeting.
Good.
It's cost me a beer, apparently.
Right. Well done. Okay, so that answers that. So, again, where are we? So that would mean, so do we need...
Mr Chair, if I could make a recommendation that we defer this decision to next Tuesday's meeting. That way you'll have everything you need to make a decision.
And that's where the final...
I'm happy to move that now.
Okay, so we do have a... So that's a... So we have a...
Next Tuesday.
So we have a... So that's the first
Do the whole thing.
motion.
No, if I could, Mr Chair.
Sorry.
That assumes that we're all in support of that number 5.
No, is he saying defer the whole...
No,
the whole
I'm
lot?
not it's the decision to next week, so it lays
There
to
is no
next week.
decision.
You know what would assist us moving forward is if you voted on 3, 4 and 5 individually now first, and then you'd know what you're doing with 1 and 2.
Well, I think just to follow protocol, I suppose, first thing is, so you're moving, so there is no motion on the table, so you've moved a motion that we defer.
To next week's ordinary meeting of council, so that's all the motion is.
All right.
I didn't know.
But we need some sort of assurance. that
Don't want
we
to go
have-
through this again.
I'll second.
Did I get a seconder? Sorry. So seconded by Councillor Carl, but we'll just get the workings through this first, councillors, before we...
Should just deal with it today.
Yep.
So it's just as simple as that. Just the top bit there, so I'll read that this matter be deferred for consideration at the ordinary meeting of council 20 April 2021. So that's the motion. So moved by Councillor McDonald, seconded by Councillor Carl. Does anybody wish to go into debate?
Just ask a question.
A question?
I'm just unsure that is then, we will have the reassessment of the community grants by then? We'll have
Correct.
all the information. Okay, sure, thank you.
So it'll come back with everything we've talked about here, the reassessment of those grants, etc. Correct? So clarification on
As well as the
that?
balance for the micro grants and the information about the micro grants.
Yep. Say that again, sorry. Apologies.
As well as, so if there's, say, 20,000 of the community of the 29, well, actually, the 29 is contingent on taking 50 for the micro grants.
So, well, that's what we're deferring, so that could
So you've got to
be...
get that right first.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so a body of the work, particularly around these community support, the grants that we talked about here, is going to be done between now and the Tuesday before it comes back. Okay, so I do have a mover, I do have a seconder. Does anybody wish to go into debate? I'll put the motion. Those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, so 7. So motion is carried.
Oh, my God.
Yep.
We'll have a cranky chair next week.
Thank you to all of the staff as well. We'll see you in a few days' time.
Need any? You've been actually good.
Sorry.
Thanks,
We'll probably get an email in a moment.
So, councillors, that takes us to item 4
Rebecca and
of the agenda, the review of Regional Arts Development Fund Advisory Committee terms of reference. We've got Sue here, and also, but first of all, we'll hand over to GM Nick to introduce.
I'm not in favour of the...
Thank you, Councillor O'Shea. Councillors, we do have the fabulous Sue from the Regional Art Gallery here to answer questions. Just a very brief overview here. Council has an adopted terms of reference for the operation of the Regional Arts Development Fund. In 2018, Council approved an amendment to that delivery model, and we have been operating under that delivery model since that time. That delivery model has proven to work very well, in fact much better than the previously adopted terms of reference, and today we're seeking your endorsement and approval of the updated terms of reference, which simply reflect the model that we've been operating under for the last 3 years.
Thanks, Nick. So, and also we have Bronwyn with us as well, but as I said, Sue's probably the one that'll be able to answer any questions you may have regarding this one. Are there any questions? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Just through you, perhaps to Sue, I guess, or Bronwyn. We're operating this, as the General Manager says, it is operating now. So do we have, through our process, we've got the chairs been appointed and what have you. So is that's already been done? So we didn't.
Through you, Mr Chair. Thank you very much for the question, Councillor McDonald. And no, that is why I've come back to you, because the committee is in abeyance. We don't have a committee. So rather than just go out, it was preferable to get some guidance from you around the terms of reference so that we can do a decent call out for the committee.
Okay. So I guess just flagging, would we then, for you, need to nominate a councillor as the chair?
That's already been done at
It has
the
been
first
done for the
meeting
first,
of
right.
this council in
That's
the
good.
term,
Beautiful.
that was taken care
Doesn't
of.
change.
But we just haven't been able to meet because we don't have a functioning committee.
Terrific. Thank you.
Remind us who it is, Sue.
I think it's Councillor Tim. Councillor McMahon?
Thanks for reminding me.
Through the portfolio as well. Yeah, I've got Councillor Summerfield. Sorry, Councillor McDonald.
No, that's all.
Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Sue. Just a couple of things in the policy. Great to see it updated. Page 3, it says where a councillor cannot attend, they can delegate another person. But then on page 4, it states if the chairperson, as in councillor, is absent, the committee selects someone.
Apologies through Mr Chair, Councillor Summerfield, thank you for pointing that out. This is actually a template document that all the advisory committees are using, so I'll just have a chat to governance and we'll sort that out before Tuesday. Thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you. And I think you'll find also on the 5th page, it's got voting in there twice. It's just duplicated. It's just a clerical error, that's all.
Apologies, my admin is me. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
It's probably a bit of a stupid question, but Sue, what is the hyper-local My Corona project? Very, very local.
Very, very local indeed.
What does that mean?
And it's actually due to report. When we didn't expend all the funds in the Corona year, we went back to Arts Queensland to ask for an amendment to our agreement so that we could actually get that money to help our creatives with a bit of recovery for Corona. We partnered with a number of local businesses who were pre-selected because they'd worked with council on another project because time was of the essence. And we provided local creatives. They literally just had to apply and they could be mentored by up to 4 of those businesses. They got $1,000. They had to at least be mentored by 2 of them. And they got $1,000 each. And if they were, each mentor was provided with a $250 token payment for their contribution because we were trying to assist business as well. It was fully subscribed. Very exciting outcomes, and I'm really looking forward to the report because they've actually putting together a video to tell us how amazing that project was. So that had a really good benefit.
I suppose my only comment, if I could, Mr Chair, is when we're talking about the quantities of funding that we were talking about in the last item, and this seems like such a small amount of money for such a vital community, our arts community, to my mind, it just does seem woefully underfunded. Probably agree, Sue.
An observation that I could possibly agree with, but we are at the mercy of a process and there are 59 councils in the state who are eligible for RADF funding. It's peer assessed and it's very competitive, and we've been quietly working to build capacity so that we can ask for more money and hopefully achieve that.
Thank you, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan. Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. And this funding's on top of, there is some, I believe, capital works funding every year to arts as well, isn't there?
Yes, thank you for that observation. And that's actually completely separate.
Okay.
The capital budget for arts is for collection development.
Right, doesn't go.
So that's actually just for adding artworks to council's art collections.
Sure. Sorry, that wasn't my question, Chair. Just wondering, I don't have a problem with it by any means, but we're asking that one of the 5 members be from TRC's Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Advisory Committee. I, again, don't have a problem with it. Could you tell me the reason for that inclusion?
Because it's very important to recognise our First Nations people in everything we do, and culture is actually, first and foremost, First Nations.
Cool.
So it's really important when we're making decisions that affect the future of culture that we have someone to represent that really important aspect.
Fair enough. Thank you very much for your answer.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon. Are there any further questions? All right, well, I'll close questions. There is a recommendation, councillors, which is as follows: that council approve the updated terms of reference for the Regional Arts Development Fund Advisory Committee Move Councillor McMahon, seconded by Councillor Vonol. Does anyone wish to go into debate? Put the vote. Those in favour? It's unanimous. Thanks, Sue.
Thank you very much, councillors.
Thanks, Sue.
Thanks, Sue.
And that brings a close to the Environment Committee meeting for this month. We will take a break
20 minutes.
and come back at 10:45.
Just awaiting Brendan. We're right to go. Right to go. Welcome to the Finance and Business Strategy Committee meeting for Toowoomba Regional Council for the month of April. Can I acknowledge our Mayor, our councillors, the Portfolio Lead for Finance and Business Strategy, Councillor Shine, CEO Mr Pigeon, and the Acting General Manager, Anne-Marie Johnson. Councillors, just a reminder that this meeting is open to the public and will be streamed, live streamed, and I welcome all of those watching online. I'd also like to thank everyone in the room for today being here and acknowledge the traditional owners. So I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guyabal and Jarrawa peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's first people. We move to item 2, councillors, and we do have an apology from Councillor Carol Taylor. Could I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Melissa Taylor, seconded by Councillor O'Hara Sullivan. Those in favour? That motion's carried unanimously there, Wendy. Leave of absence, there is none. We've dealt with the apology. Declarations, councillors, I have none listed.
Sorry.
Councillor O'Shea.
Yeah, sorry, Chair. I probably need to seek advice on this one, and apologies for I sort of discovered it looking through it the other day. It's in relation to item 6, so the water charges concession for community sporting organisations policy. Now, I know whilst it's a policy and there are no entities that are mentioned in this in terms of these community sporting organisations, but I am a director of a board of a community sporting group which this would affect.
Which would be eligible for this grant. So perhaps, Councillor Shine, we might record it and deal with it at the time, and perhaps General Manager, when we get to that, and through Shane Morris in the preamble, that may determine whether you declare it there or not. Is that right? Well, he doesn't know whether it's prescribed or declarable. Because there's no mention of organisation. He's no greater than any other group. Well, Councillor O'Shea, there's 2 options, of course, in this, and that's a declarable conflict or prescribed conflict. Being on the board of that organisation puts you in a situation where you could be in both, to be honest, depending on what's discussed. So that's why I flagged the idea of waiting for that item for the preamble. You could, if you choose to, test the room now, given you are a board member of an organisation that could be eligible. Mind you, there would be others that are eligible, and this is where perhaps when the manager for that particular area addresses the group or the general manager in that preamble, if there will be mention of that particular organisation, then I would suggest that you would have a prescribed interest in that decision.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. The fact that I've brought it up in this manner, I'm actually uneasy or unsure. So sure. I would. He's really prescribed. I know it's a policy, but I would probably, if I could, utilise my colleagues and engage their feeling on it, if I may.
That's fine. Well, we'll deal with that now, if that's okay. So you're declaring a declarable conflict of interest, and then you have the option to obviously stay or go, or the vote of councillors, and you prefer the councillors to make a decision for you?
If possible, just because I'm in...
Would you like to explain any further about the situation before...
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So essentially I'm on the board of directors of the Glenholme Sports Park and Community Hub. So it is one of these private, I suppose, community sporting organisations.
Sure. Councillors, are there any questions for Councillor O'Shea? Councillor Summerfield?
Thanks, Chair. So really a board member is a whole different kettle of fish to a financial member of an organisation. You really are in an executive position where you're making decisions for the club, and you've said yourself that you're uncomfortable with it. So given those 2 aspects, do you think it's appropriate that you stay in the room for the decision making? Do you feel that you can comfortably do it? do the decision-making without the bias of your board membership?
I do. There's probably two parts to that question. I do feel comfortable that I can, and that's probably why and I do apologise to the CEO when he got to this position, but then listening to the first part of what you said, I'd feel uncomfortable because I'm in a position of making a decision for an entity that is a community sporting organisation that this directly impacts.
So there's a public perception that's your concern, not the fact that you could be impartial in the decision.
Correct.
So if that's the case, would you prefer to declare the interest and remove yourself when the decision is being made and spoken about, or would you like the group now to decide whether you can stay or not? That's your option.
I've probably answered my own question. I think with Councillor Summerfield's question, to be honest, I'll go declarable interest and I'll remove.
Okay, so
voting.
if we could make a note of that, Wendy, for item number 6. Thanks, Councillor O'Shea. Are there any other councillors that may have an interest? Anyway, if something crops up through the course of the meeting, certainly as an individual you can declare at any point in time. Likewise, if anyone is aware of any of our colleagues that they may not know that they have a declarable or prescribed interest, we too have an obligation to do the same. Councillors, with that being the case, we move to item number 3 on the agenda, which is report of the Audit Committee meeting, 3rd of March 2021. I'll call on the Acting General Manager, Anne-Marie, to go through the report. Thanks, Anne-Marie.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, councillors. The purpose of this report is to present for council's consideration the report and recommendations from the March 2021 Audit Committee meeting. The recommendation is that the report of the Audit Committee meeting of the 3rd of March 2021 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. I'm happy to hand over to Grant if you've got any questions on the report, but I will refer you to those actual recommendations there. If Wendy would like to bring up the recommendations from the Audit Committee report. And one in particular is the centralised procurement. And I can say there is a recommendation that I'll just wait till I read the actual recommendation here.
It's the 6th recommendation.
Not working.
There we go.
So that recommendation number 6 was raised at the Audit Committee during our discussions on risk. And I can advise councillors that at this point in time, we have centralised over 50% of council's procurement within a centralised procurement hub. We've set ourselves targets to have another 20% centralised by the 31st of December this year. So we are tracking, we're tracking well, but I would be happy to bring a report back to council on the progress and the challenges with that.
Thanks, Anne-Marie. Mayor?
Acting GM, if you could just explain to me what the practical implication of centralised is and what impact that's likely to have right across the broader region.
The implications for stakeholder implications are that doing business with council will be better. We know that purchase orders where procurement has been centralised, we know that the purchase orders are raised once accurately on time, and that we have a much better chance of paying our suppliers earlier, and especially with local suppliers 14 days from date of invoice, which we've given an undertaking to do as part of our procurement policy. So we know that our research shows us, and our review of our transactions, that when we're due in a centralised procurement hub with subject matter experts for each operational area of council, that it works more effectively.
So somebody in Yarraman, for instance, if I may, Mr Chair, they would have to go, if they wanted something from Yarraman, they'd have to go through a centralised hub to procure that?
No, it's actually the transactions around doing business with council. So nothing really changes for from that initial engagement from our community. Where it changes is the process, once that initial engagement has been made with council, moving forward. So that's raising the purchase order, processing it, matching the invoice and paying the supplier is a much smoother process. And so it is more effective for our community.
Just following up on that, on the Mayor's question, so far in the organisation said there's 50%. So which areas are actually under central procurement now?
Finance and business strategy, with the exception of SIB, most of water and waste, most of environment and community services, I think nearly all of environment and community services. So the approach we've taken since 2018 is to look at where there are issues, work with the individual branches and groups to see how we can help. And in most instances, we found that the branches have been very happy for that procurement activity to be centralised and streamlined.
Okay, Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. So I think the clarification really is around, we understand that the processes will be centralised, which I think is a win-win for our organisation, but ensuring that all of our regional communities still have the opportunity to do business with council.
That's correct. And we will make sure that we are engaged. And when we centralise that procurement, we're making sure that we are adhering to our policy and procedure and engaging local suppliers wherever possible.
Thanks. Councillor Carl.
This has been a chestnut for a while for central procurement. I would have thought, given the potential risk, and it's not just this organisation, any organisation of this size, we would probably be on a bit more of a firm commitment to have the entire organisation centralised at a sooner date. I appreciate the work that goes into that, but maybe it's a question through you, Chair, to the CEO. How do we ensure that this, if we're looking at another 20% by, when did you say?
31st of December.
31st of December.
So that takes us up to 70%, which is a significant achievement working with the branches without going in hard and fast. So we're very happy with how it's progressing to date.
So given the Audit Committee's identification of this over a number of years around potential risk, we're not talking about this in the last couple of years, it's been significant length of time, it keeps on coming up. I'm perhaps suggesting that we make a concerted effort to actually streamline and for you give a classic example, Anne-Marie, was more efficient payment and processing of bills and invoices. So that's for that reason alone, but there are many more that fall under that umbrella or this umbrella of procurement, and a lot of them pertain to risk. And the reasons, the good governance why we should be moving as swiftly as we can. So I guess my question is, can we aim to have a more than 70%? Through you to the CEO, how do we put measures in place to do that? You know, we're not talking about a peripheral matter. This is a central piece of machinery to the entire council.
Councillors, as Anne-Marie has just said, they're working through that and have been working through quite successfully in relation to that. I think the next step is to see what the timeframes are for doing the remaining 30% of the organisation, and if there's any blocks to that happening. Well, I think we need an informed need to inform council about the timetable and the process and the expectations of when all that will happen, and we do that in a report back to council. I think without having those answers at hand at this point in time, but I think we'll bring a report back to council about how we can actually implement that decision. Sorry, that recommendation.
Thanks. That answer you.
Yes,
thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Shine, I've got next.
Yeah, I think we were just on to item 6 there, weren't we? That was the discussion at the moment.
Oh, that was just in regard to the procurement,
yes.
Centralisation. But this is about all the whole report. Yeah, this is the whole report.
Right. It might be something that Mr. Wilson might want to comment on in relation to. My question is to either of you, but if the motion that's foreshadowed here is if it's accepted by councillors, I just would like confirmation that what it means is that the 7 recommendations here will be adopted by council. That's what it means. Okay. Is that correct? Okay. It seems from this report, in my view, at least anyway, and I'd like confirmation from you, that the Audit Committee has fulfilled its obligation of recommending action to be taken by council. Would that be your view as well? Yes. Yeah. Therefore, I would like to refer the councillors to a decision of the ordinary meeting of council on the 16th of March. And Wendy, if you could put that up. That meeting was about 13 days after the Audit Committee met. And remind council that the Audit Committee that council reminds the idea of the import of the 13th of March resolution was that the Audit Committee should be reminded that it has an obligation to report matters to the council. By looking at the 7 points that have been referred to in the resolution before us today, I would suggest and seek confirmation that council is confirming that the Audit Committee has in fact done its job correctly.
That's correct.
Is it, Councillor?
Yes, on that point.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions, councillors, in regard to audit report? No question. Councillor Vonhoff?
Thank you, Mr Chair. Through you, in regard to the comments just made by Councillor Shine, point 4 is that, on the recommendations, is that the committee noted that council has taken particular action and not that they made a recommendation. And the function and the responsibilities of the Audit and Risk Committee is in fact to make recommendations. It's the check and the balance for council.
Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, Chair. Just moving along, if I could. I just wonder, with the recommendations and comments that we're endorsing today, should these actually have some sort of timeline on them? Because this could be in 6 years' time that they are actually implemented based on the wording that the Audit Committee has provided, or whoever wrote the report has provided. There's no timelines for most of those actions, and I'm just wondering why not?
Yep.
Because I think it's very important that we actually implement these as soon as possible.
Councillors, these are the recommendations, and council and the recommendation that council's adopting is that it notes and adopts those recommendations. But council can also make ancillary or additional recommendations to that to help qualify or clarify any one of those recommendations. So if council was of the view that something there that they recommend has to be done within a time frame, council's in a better position to determine that than the board. But council, if you wished on any one of those, if you want to make a supplementary decision, you could simply adopt what the recommendation as it stands now from the Audit Committee and add anything else that you wish to do. If that's you wish to do that, that's Council's prerogative to do that.
Thanks for that guidance, Brian. I appreciate it. So I'd actually like to see some timelines on those 7 recommendations, and I just wonder between now and the next meeting, and taking on board, you know, we need to understand the capacity of council as well. And, you know, if you go to number 6 about the procurement, where the acting General Manager has said that by 31st of December they will have 70%, and then whatever that timeline is to round up that extra 30%. So I really would like to see timelines on there, and I think that would be good guidance for the Audit Committee as well, to understand how serious we are in enacting their recommendations. So would that be possible if we get some, based on capacity, some timelines on all those 7 action items by next Tuesday? Would that be possible?
So perhaps, if I could, Councillor, in the recommendation it says that the report of the Audit Committee meeting on the 3rd of March be received and its recommendations there be adopted. Perhaps a second item to that might be that Council receives a report subsequent to these recommendations, which then fleshes out, to use a better term, because each one will have different parameters. So maybe that covers off on doing that, and maybe that comes back at a time that it might be in the next round of meetings or something.
Yeah, so if we're going to get a report, we probably need a timeline on the report as well. Please.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It may be the next round of meetings, but we need to be realistic about that as well, given that we're moving into budgets and what have you as well. So it might be that a 2-month period from the audit recommendations adopted by Council receives a report. So that you give that 2-month period.
A report on when these can be delivered.
That's right.
A 2-month
Well,
wait
not
to
so
get
much.
a timeline on when they will be delivered.
Yeah, or more information on them, because there's obviously, as the Acting General Manager and CEO have talked about the item that you raised, item 6, there's obviously more to just saying it'll be done by this particular time. So it might be that, I don't know if Wendy's got something up there, the Council receives a report subsequent to these recommendations which provides further detail, including timeframes on implementing the recommendations of the Audit Committee, and maybe within... At the next ordinary meeting, the Council receives a report at well, it would have to say, no, you don't need to say that, at the ordinary meeting following, this can be consistent, following adoption of the audit minutes, audit report, which will be May. In this case would be May, but in other cases it may be the next month. Yeah, it makes sense.
I'm comfortable with that.
It makes sense. Yeah. Happy with that, Councillor Summerfield? Add that on there? Very good. Okay. You read that right? Sure. Yeah, the relevant recommendations of the Audit Committee. That's reasonable. Happy with that, Councillor Summerfield? Okay. Any other questions, councillors, in regard to the Audit Committee? I guess just picking up on Councillor Shine and then Anne-Marie and Grant's comments that the Audit Committee fulfilling their obligation, Councillor Shine, you and I are both on that Audit Committee, so it's something that we should convey to the Audit Committee, because they would obviously be aware of the decision back in March, which we can do at the next Audit Committee in June, I think it is. Okay, those a mover for the motion. Councillors, moved by Councillor Summerfield, seconded by Councillor Shine. Those in favour? Motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. Item number 4, quote or tender consideration plan, procurement of insurance placement services. Anne-Marie?
Thank you. Councillors, you may recall that and we have presented previous quote or tender consideration plans for media services for fleet and logistics. So Section 230 of the Local Government Regulation allows Council to adopt the preparation of a plan and then to adopt the plan. The report being presented here today asks councillors to firstly consider adoption of the preparation of the plan and then to consider adoption of the plan. But the issue we have here is that insurance services for local government is quite a niche market and the availability of suppliers is diminishing. As Council's insurance needs stand at the moment and following a full review of the offerings in the market, it has been determined that a quote or tender consideration plan is required to allow governance and legal services officers to assess annual insurance requirements, assess the market and arrange appropriate insurance cover for Council. So I've got Robin here and Grant, if there's any specific questions regarding this.
Thanks, Anne-Marie. Questions, Councillor Shine?
Just has this more flexible system that's being recommended, has it been tried by other councils that we've observed?
Robin or Grant? No? Certainly the tender consideration plan, it has worked very successfully for Council, but specifically to do with insurance, we haven't done it before.
Thanks, Grant.
Last year, Councillor, this council went to the open market. We did try and tease out interest amongst local suppliers deliberately to encourage local competition. And what we discovered was we only had 2 bids, and one of them was a lot higher than the successful one. So there seems to be a very thin market. I'm not sure what other councils do in terms of tender consideration plans, so I really can't answer that question directly. No. I know that some of the larger councils have actually moved to form captive insurers rather than rely on the wholesale market.
Right. Okay.
Robin, did you want to add anything further to that in regard to perhaps other councils or similar organisations, see what they're doing?
As Grant said, the quote or tender consideration plan is a workable solution. It's a compliant solution. It gives flexibility to the officers to do the work that they need to do. With regard to the insurance market, there is a local supplier, but they weren't the most capable supplier of the insurance services that we were looking for. Possibly. Lots of local governments rely on the local government, LGM, local government management services, to do the insurances. But what we found by breaking down the different sections of insurance, that it's more competitive to go to Marsh Proprietary Limited for some of those insurances instead of putting all of our eggs in one basket.
Thank you. I apologise for not giving notice of that question, but it might be just an inquiry if the LGAQ might provide that answer anyway. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Shine. Thanks, Robin. Councillor Nancy?
Yeah, thank you. It'd be great if we got that information before next Tuesday. So I suppose I'm trying to understand how, and I get breaking it down provides opportunity for maybe a wider market than the limited market we currently have, but often bulk is when you get your best deal. So I do have concerns about how effective this actually would be.
So, Robin, would you like to address that, please?
The tender process that Governance and Legal Services went through at the end of last year provided them with sufficient information, pricing, capability for them to make this decision that going to market every 2 years to get local government insurances wasn't necessarily the most efficient or the most competitive for council. The Marsh component of insurances, they've done the analysis on that and they believe Marsh is the better provider, is cheaper than the LGM solution. And that's what the public advertising of the tender process last year, together with all of the market research they've done with the different types of ways to do their insurance coverage. And they believe that the split decision of LGM for some insurances and Marsh for those other niche, well, it's not really niche, it's the more commercial type insurances such as motor vehicle, boat insurance and those sorts of things are better handled in the commercial market than in the local government market.
Oh, thanks for that, Robin. So I guess for me, if this gets approved today, we would need to do a comparison in 12 months' time to see what it looked like pre this and after this, so that we understand what savings have been made if we go ahead with this today.
The whole idea of the quote or tender consideration plan is to have regular reviews to make sure that we are putting in all of those compliance steps and due diligence steps. So yes, within 12 months they'd be able to tell you whether it's working or not.
Thanks, Robin.
Thanks, Robin. Councillor Carr?
Yeah, through you, Chair, comment if I may. I'm quite happy with the officer's recommendation here. I stand to be corrected through you to the CEO, but Local Government Mutual is a wholly owned subsidiary of LGAQ. So I don't think we'd get an objective view necessarily, and I'm not being derogatory there.
No.
But the notion of competitive tension always drives a better price, and particularly for the commercial aspect, I would concur with the officers. I think it's a good recommendation and a fantastic outcome potentially for council both now and into the future, and it may open up some other players once the broader.
Debate.
Well, I'm just giving a comment. Would you like to? Well, we can debate if you want. Anyway,
you're just about finished, aren't you?
Yeah, and it may very well open up other players in the market once they see the reality of how a service provider can provide to local government.
Sure. Any other questions, councillors, for this particular item, item 4? No other questions? Have someone move that the motion as recommended? Moved by Councillor Shine, seconded by Councillor Melissa Taylor. Those in favour of the motion? Those against the motion? We need to record that. No. Thanks, councillors. Item number 5, Anne-Marie, the rates and charges hardship policy, concession
Thank you, Chair.
policy.
So this report presents to Council a newly developed rates and charges hardship concession policy. It seeks to assist ratepayers experiencing serious financial hardship through the provision of an interest rebate on rates and charges. So I think it's important to notice the interest rebate we're talking about here. The need for Queensland councils to consider developing a hardship policy was identified by the Queensland Audit Office in 2018. So to assist in the development of this policy, research has been sourced from various councils throughout Queensland, government departments, financial counsellors and King & Company. So Shane is here to answer any questions you may have around that policy.
Thanks, Anne-Marie. Welcome, Shane. Councillor, is there any questions here? Councillor Shine?
Yeah, no, thank you. Thanks, Shane. Shane, the amount of 50,000 is referred to in the budget. Is there any, what are the assumptions or science or stats to arrive at that figure of 50,000?
Thanks very much, Councillor Shine. So just a little bit of history on this is that so council charges around $500,000 a year in interest on rates and charges. We anticipate that the number of applications for the financial year, meaning 2021-22, would be probably less than 100. We aren't certain of that, but we think it would be less than that. And a typical ratepayer may receive a benefit of around $500 as a result of their application. So I do make the point that it's new policy, it is difficult to predict. One of our mechanisms that we've actually deliberately used as part of this development of this policy is to effectively limit the assistance to interest. So we're very mindful of protecting council's rates and charges base. We think that's very important. So we probably do think that whilst time will tell whether the $50,000 is the right number, but I think it'll go fairly close to the mark as best as we can predict.
If I might, looking at 4.2 of the policy document itself, it refers to 4 half-year or 2 years. Can you give a little bit more explanation as to how that's worked out?
Okay, so again, thanks very much for the question. So just to provide a little bit of further context around this is that as councillors will recall, is we rate half yearly, and we also charge interest half yearly. So we charge interest at the end of December and end of June each year. So this policy is built around half-year rating periods. So let's just say this policy was in now, and we have a ratepayer come to us now, then what we would do is that we would consider the interest that we have charged at the end of December and the interest that we have charged at the end of June last year. And then what we would do is that, so an approved application would then sort of see that interest provided back to the property, to the owner, like through a concession. So that's part of what we propose. But then what we would do is, subject to an ongoing, an agreed payment arrangement, we would also then relax the future interest to be charged for the next 2 rating periods. So what that does is that provides a blanket around this as a maximum of 2 years. So what we're hoping to do is to give the ratepayer some immediate assistance by reducing the interest component of their rates and charges for the last 2 rating half years, but then also offer to provide for ongoing assistance for the next 2. So the first one would be sort of given as a result of their application being approved. The last 2 half-year rating periods would be done straight away. But then what would happen is that the future ones would be dependent on the cooperation of the ratepayer. We do appreciate that we're probably talking about people often in very complex situations that have often come about through even often more than one reason. But we sort of feel that the policy is probably a good working point, but again, focusing on interest.
Okay. If I might, Chair.
Follow up?
Obviously this is helpful to people in those sort of sad circumstances. Is it proposed that the various social support service agencies in town, or in the region rather, be notified about this if it's adopted by council?
Yes, councillor. So what we would do is that if this policy is adopted by council, we would certainly make direct contact in writing to the various support organisations. We would also offer a meeting with them. So, for example, if they would prefer to have a meeting which could be collectively with the various organisations that provide support, or we could meet one-on-one, sort of whichever they prefer. And then also too is we would provide a contact officer. So, for example, if I use the St Vincent de Paul as just one example, and there are others, what we would then do is that we would make sure that that organisation knows that if they become aware and are dealing with a particular customer, on a particular hardship matter, and it might well be to do with rates, but it's often to do with lots of other things in addition to rates, then what we would do is that we would make sure that the relevant organisation knows who to contact here to sort of just work out what assistance council can provide. So certainly we would be making every effort to make sure that supporter agencies are aware. Also, too, the policy would be promoted on our website, and indeed we would look at other opportunities to promote the policy as well.
Thank you. Thanks. Sounds really good. Being a new policy, I'm sure councillors, if it is adopted, would want to see how it worked out over the next 6 or 12 months. Would that be possible to give a information session or some sort of report back to us after a period of time?
Yes, councillor, I would expect that perhaps the best probably time, the first opportune time to provide some report back to council would probably be like November, December, maybe January, sort of, so we got a little bit of time up our sleeve to actually have processed applications, so we're aware that we have received and processed a certain number. we will know exactly what value of assistance we've provided at that stage. So I think that probably a halfway mark around the end of the year would be a good time to actually seek a review.
Thank you.
Thanks, Shane. Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks very much for the Shane. I think it's a good policy, but I was just wondering about, so all landowners, so that could be someone with a little property in town here, or it could be rural property. Have we defined what a landowner is in the policy?
Yes, thanks very much, Councillor. So with this particular policy, what we would do, it would have to be, the main criteria is it's got to be their principal place of residence. So that could be just a house in Toowoomba or Yarraman, but it also could be someone's farm, like sort of where they're living. So it is important that it is their principal place of residence. Of course, things like that or factors like that can be considered over time, whether that's too tight or too loose or whatever. But certainly the thing is, though, is that as long as it's where they reside. So there is no reason that we can't assist a farmer in a situation, there's no reason why we can't assist someone in an urban setting as well.
Thank you. And I thought that was the case. So there was one dot point here that concerned me, and that is the landowner does not own multiple properties. So often those little farms may own the neighbouring 3 or 4 properties around them, and if they're in drought, they're eliminated from this because of that particular dot point. And I know it's a difficult one, but I just wonder how we can manage that, because there may not be any homes on those surrounding lots that they may own, that may have acquired for their farming purposes.
Yeah. No, that's a very good question, and I probably might be able to satisfy council somewhat on that. So what actually happens in current day is that when a property is owned by, in a particular name, and let's say, for example, that farming operation may well be on one side of the road, they may also have a farming operation on the other side of the road, and they may even have a farming operation that might well be 50 kilometres away, but within the same council area. The Valuer General now values those together as one property. So I don't think it would cause an obstacle to an application such as that being assessed. If it turned out that there was properties that aren't valued together that should be valued together, then what we would do is that we would certainly seek to tease that out as part of the application process, and then may seek further guidance through the CEO as to whether there should be more flexibility shown. And then, of course, we can maybe look at reviewing the policy in due course if that becomes a problem to us.
Okay, thanks, Shane. So based on what you've just raised there about having property across the road and another one, 50k away or whatever, once that happens, it often becomes a business name, because that's part of the culling system as well. And I'm just a bit I'm just concerned that we may have tightened it up too much based on various scenarios that are out there.
And look, again, that's a very valid point. Perhaps what we could do, and because bear in mind we're unsure exactly what we're going to get, so what we could do, let's just say if we did have something, along the lines that you've suggested, then what we could do is we could sort of say, well, look, they comply in every other way apart from, the individual ownership as such. What we could do is that we could, if it complies in every other way, then what we could do with a situation like that would be just to bring it back to council in the first instance for approval. So that would be one consideration. The other thing would be that if we do find the policy is too tight, then we'd look at relaxing those particular components that are too tight. So I think we can deal with that.
Thanks, Shane. I know it's in good hands with you, so.
Thank you.
Thanks, Shane. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Shane. Thanks, Shane, and I appreciate your work on this. The crux of it is interest charges only. And I just wanted to pick your brain about historic cases that we have waived full rates. And I suppose there may be one or two. They may be very rare and very extreme cases, but just the worthiness of keeping an exemption in there that we do actually waive the full rate, and your thoughts on that?
Councillor Tim, that's an excellent question, and I'm probably pleased that you have asked that, really. One of the important things to note about this is that this policy is designed for a certain purpose and will work, hopefully, in certain situations. However, when there are other matters that are more complicated than that, where this policy may not necessarily fit that, of which, Council is aware of, some recent matters that we have come to Council for guidance and seeking assistance on, is that this policy does not in any way override Council's ability, so the elected Council's ability to consider any matter that goes beyond this policy. So I suppose that's probably partly where part of my job comes in, is that if someone is outside the specific level of assistance under this policy, then what we would then do is that we would go through another process and have that come back to Council for consideration. Now, what we may find in time is that there may well be a need for this policy that we've drafted now, that's before Council now, to be improved, to be widened or whatever. But I think the thing is, though, is that as Council knows, there is from time to time going to be other circumstances, often quite unique, often heart-wrenching sort of matters that basically is that the policy just cannot cope with. So therefore we would bring that back to Council for a specific decision on that. So I hope that helps with the question.
Yeah, great answer, thank you. And I think I've seen one of them. So I think what you're saying is you've got delegated authority under this policy to do interest, but those one or two severely extreme cases still have the ability to come back to us. I welcome that. Thanks very much.
I know in a discussion at one stage with King & Co just regarding implementing a hardship policy, they made it quite clear to me that under no circumstance can a policy erode Council's power. So what it does do, it provides useful guidance for officers to be assisting ratepayers in specific situations, and that will fit the bill in probably in various cases. But where there is exceptional cases, the place to bring them is back here.
Thanks.
Good. Councillor McMahon. Councillor Harris-Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Shane, this has come from a recommendation from the QAO to State Parliament, yeah? So does that presume then that every council is drafting their own hardship policy?
Thanks, Councillor Megan. There would probably be half a dozen councils in Queensland that do have some type of hardship policy as such. Brisbane is probably the most well known, and to get assistance from Brisbane requires the matter to go before a tribunal. Quite a complicated process. I'm not criticising the process, but basically is that I don't know how often they would meet and so forth. So basically is that yes, there are some other councils that already have a hardship policy, but bear in mind when we've developed this policy, unfortunately there is no template to use. The Queensland Audit Office, the Department of Local Government, they do not provide any template. I did seek some guidance as to what information, what types of things should we include or could we include in this policy. But there was nothing provided to me that was of any assistance. I just contrast that to, say, the revenue policy, where the legislation stipulates that at a minimum the revenue policy has to include, this and this. It would be good, I think, had the state considered some sort of advice around this, even if it felt short of legislation, but even in some bulletin or something like that, but that hasn't been forthcoming. So we've looked at what other councils do, or at least some other councils do. We've looked at other agencies. Australian Taxation Office is another good example. We've certainly worked very hard to pick a number of ideas from the best of what has been provided. We've also tried through this policy to limit councils' exposure in loss of revenue by limiting it to interest. That's not to say this policy should always be limited to interest, but I think it's a good starting point. It's certainly been, it's been a lot of work go into this, a lot of discussion, discussions with other councillors, discussions amongst our key collections officers, just to come up with a workable situation. And I think that probably, first up, I think that it's a workable policy. I dare say that in time it will need to improve. I dare say. And don't be surprised if during this next year, if we come back to you suggesting we need to amend this is too tight, this is too loose or whatever. But unfortunately there is no template to go by that sort of guides us in this particular situation. The fact that we've aligned it to interest, the fact that we've aligned it to our neat half-year rating periods, like two periods before, 2 periods after maximum, is quite unique. No other council's doing that I'm aware of. But what it does do, it puts a blanket over it, and sort of so councillors themselves hopefully can feel confident that this policy won't run away on us and finding out that it's eroding our important revenue sources, but at the same time is real. And basically for those people that may well be the beneficiary under this policy, it will give them some real assistance and also cause for discussion with the ratepayer, hopefully an improved level of cooperation where we can sort of say, this is what we've done for you now for the last 2 rating periods. Can we work with you for the next 2 rating periods, which might then help the ratepayer turn the situation around. And obviously we'll be looking at involving counselling agencies and anyone else that's prepared to help through this particular scenario. So I hope that helps with the question.
I suppose just as a comment, I guess, Shane, is it taking, I wouldn't imagine that you do have subjectivity in what you're doing at the moment, but it's sort of, you know, having a good succession plan too. So when you're not here, there is some consistency in what happens across council. Is that fair to say?
I think that with the way the policy's been developed and the officers, the key officers that have been involved in the development of the policy, I do think that we will get consistency in decision making. So without me preempting what the CEO is going to do as far as delegating authority, but let's just say, for example, if the CEO might decide to just keep the delegation with him to make the decision on these matters. The CEO may choose to delegate the authority, say to, for example, General Manager Anne-Marie or even Manager Robin, as an example. The one benefit of delegation allows us to do a timely, you know, response back to the customer, you know, sort of so. And I would be somewhat hopeful that, depending on where the delegation actually sits, is that I would be somewhat hopeful that an application that might be received 1 week may actually have a response and an outcome by the following week, as opposed to several months or something like that. So I do think that we will work towards consistency. If we're finding some issues around consistency too grey, then what we can do is we can look at improving the policy, providing guidance, or indeed we could go one step further, and that would be to develop a guidance document that, say, for example, council may be happy with, the CEO may be happy with, that will guide officers into consistent and fair decision making. So we could look at that as well.
Just out of curiosity, how many do you get at the moment? And has it, since COVID, hasn't increased? Do you know?
Our team is constantly talking to people about, you know, outstanding rates and charges. But probably the people that are in severe difficulty, I would sort of think that, or we'll say at any one time we probably have around 70 properties that are looking at sale of land. Sort of so people are about that are outside that. So you may well have, you know, somewhere between, you know, 100 plus, but say around 100 ratepayers that might sort of be somewhat in difficulty, and maybe this policy may help. But only time will tell just what sort of numbers we'll end up working with.
Thanks, Councillor Harris-Sullivan. Any more questions for Shane? Is there another question someone would like to move? Moved by Councillor Carl, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks, Shane. Shane, you're up for the next one as well, Shane. Item 6, just Councillor O'Shea, would you like to declare and depart?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter, as I am on the board of directors of a community sporting organisation that which has implications to this exact policy. So I will leave the room.
Terrific. Thanks, Councillor O'Shea. Item number 6, then, councillors, is water charges concession for community sporting organisations policy. Anne-Marie, I'll go straight over to Shane. That's right. Thank you, Shane.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Jeff. This report presents to Council a newly developed water charges concession for community sporting organisations policy. And information was held on 1st of December last year to review this proposal prior to bringing the draft here today. It seeks to assist community sporting organisations that own and maintain soft playing fields through the provision of a water consumption charges rebate. The need for developing this policy was identified through an approach by a local community sporting organisation. To assist in the development of the policy, research has been undertaken with other councils, Council's Parks and Recreation Services Branch, Water and Wastewater Services Group, and also King and Company as well. So, councillors, I'm happy to take questions.
Thanks, Shane. Question, Councillor Shine.
Yeah, thank you. Again, there's an amount of money mentioned in the papers, $10,000. What was behind arriving at that figure? What was the science behind arriving at that figure?
Thanks, Councillor Carey. So, first of all, there is a small number of community organisations that may be eligible, and we are confident that the $10,000 allocation would be sufficient. It is important to note that assistance under this policy is capped, as it effectively provides a higher first-tier limit, resulting in water being provided at the first-tier charge amount. So I'll probably just explain a little bit further on that, is that with the organisations that we're seeking to assist, the issue that we have, well, at least has been put to us, is that if I just talk in Toowoomba bulk water supply prices, when you've got, say, the first tier price is around $2.60 a kilolitre, and the second tier price is $4.50. I just haven't got the number right in front of me now. But basically, it's the second tier price that creates the dilemma. So basically, with this particular policy, there is no free water. It just means that through a concession, but we're effectively providing more water at the first tier price, and that's based on how many sporting fields they get. So I think there won't be many organisations that will directly benefit from this policy, but I'm confident that the $10,000 budget allocation would be suitable, I would have thought.
If I just have a follow-up one.
Sure.
Prior to next, or by next Tuesday, would it be possible to give us a list of potential eligible properties involved?
Yes, Councillor, so we could do that. We do have a list that we've sort of worked on. Bear in mind is that where a sporting organisation has an active working bore, they won't be eligible under this policy. So we've tried to look at all sort of sporting organisations, particularly where it's a soft playing surface that's needed or playing field that's needed. So yes, we could give a list to council next week on that. Yes.
I suppose if they had an active working bore, they wouldn't be using town water and paying for it, would they?
That's generally the case, yes. So I suppose what this does is that we probably are happy for them to keep their bore functioning and so forth for that purpose. But basically, where a sporting organisation is unable to have a bore operating, then they rely on our reticulated water supply. They're the ratepayers that are more likely to benefit from this, but we only are talking a small number of beneficiaries.
Thank you.
Just following up on that, Jane, perhaps that list could be circulated between now and next Tuesday rather than being part of a report.
Yep.
Might be more appropriate.
Okay, well, yep, that's fine. We can circulate that. That's fine.
Councillor Somerfield?
I agree. I think it would help us understand, but I think the important thing for me in this messaging, having the water portfolio, is that we try and incentivise less use, and the tariff system does that. And so I'm just a bit concerned that, are we sending the right message, I guess?
Thanks, Councillor Nance.
Sorry, I understand the philosophy behind the policy, but from a water perspective, we want them to use less water, we want them to be smart with their water use and to put systems in place that have reduced water use, rather than, we're aware of stories of irrigators running 24 hours a day just after it's rained and that sort of thing, and we don't want to encourage that sort of activity. We want them to think cautiously about their water use.
Thanks, councillor. And look, fully understand the concern there. So part of the workings of this policy is that they will have to submit a water management plan, which will include a watering schedule, technical specifications of irrigation equipment, other maintenance treatments such as weed management, fertilisation and so forth. So basically is that with the assistance of the Parks and Recreation Services team, we'll be working with them, but also with the relevant community organisations. The idea is that council wants all ratepayers to conserve water where possible. Basically is that we'll be working very hard with these organisations to make sure that their watering, times and all their ground maintenance is running as well as what it possibly can, and with the assistance of Nick's team is that I'm sure we can make that happen. If we, like for example, if someone applies, an organisation applies for assistance under this policy, but they do not submit their water management plan, it won't get approved. So probably, if you like, we're very mindful of that issue around wasting water, and I think there has been a number of examples over time when that is exactly what's happened. But I think the thing is, though, our advice to any community organisation is that the less water you use, the less water you're going to pay for. So I think the thing is that, but what we will get is a wonderful opportunity to have a discussion with such community groups to make sure that they are water wise and will do things efficiently, for sure.
Thanks, Shane.
Just picking up, if I can, before I go to Councillor Tim and Councillor Megan and Councillor Bill, in the report and definitions, and I note General Manager Nick here as well, talks about a playing field using between 1,000 and 2,000 kilolitres annually, depending on rainfall. Just wondering, getting back to what Councillor Summerfield was saying, perhaps if the Tier 1 or the first tier was capped at 2,000 kilolitres per playing field instead of 4,000 kilolitres, that may assist. I'll just leave that with you, Councillor Summerfield, just to marinate through into your mind. Councillor McMahon, then Councillor Megan, Councillor Bill.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Shane. Oh, look, I have a few questions, Chair. I welcome this. I think it's a great thing for the community. My question's just actually quite similar to Councillor Shine's. In the scope, which is number 2 in the policy, you have to own it, and I'm assuming that's because only owners pay rates, so there's a higher level of expense there. I just am wondering, in my opinion, most sporting clubs don't own the land that they're on, so there's that kind, and it was brought up that this doesn't actually affect that many sporting clubs. As far as USQ, as an example, are an educational institution and host a wide variety of community sporting clubs. This may not be, aren't eligible, I've been saying it wrong all morning, for this particular policy. So could you comment on that, please?
Sure, thanks, Councillor Tim. Look, with this particular policy, it is designed around the community organisation owning the land. Now, bear in mind is there's many community organisations that are actually subject to leases or field rental arrangements from council. So say, for example, a sporting organisation that's operating from Ernest Peak Park or operating from Captain Cook Ovals, as an example, they don't pay water rates. They're paying rentals, so they're getting their fields mowed, fertilised, sprayed, watered, and are often provided first-class, playing conditions. However, where a community group, has, however they've done it, acquired land for the community benefit, and indeed many of these sporting organisations or these particular fields are part of the fabric of our local area. So when for example, when people are running onto the sporting field, whether they're running onto the council-owned facility at Ernest Peak Park or whether they're running onto a locally owned community organisations group, is that they're just happy to be there and using those facilities. But basically is that for an organisation that has gone to the effort of acquiring land, maintaining that land, often through the blood, sweat and tears of volunteers that will mow, fertilise and all the rest that goes with it. So we probably feel that, in a sense, is that this policy probably, in one sense, complements council's existing infrastructure as far as its sporting grounds that it currently provides. So I hope that sort of goes some way to answering the question.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. Just to follow up, Chair, if I may.
Sure.
The very basis of water and waste portfolio being consulted on the amount of water, which is not bore water, it's our treated water and our precious resource being put on sporting fields, they're comfortable with that calculated loss?
Yes, Councillor, certainly our water and waste group have been consulted with it. They were in an initial meeting with the sporting organisation. I think that probably we have all somewhat relied on the expert advice through the Parks and Recreation Services branch, who have very good advice around what it takes to maintain a sporting field in a certain condition. So basically, before we started, when we started this conversation with a community group, is that I didn't know sort of what the magic number was as to what it takes to maintain a sporting field. So basically, through the support of Nick's team, that we were able to ascertain what that information was. So I'm confident that the numbers we've worked out are a good starting point. Again, this policy will probably come back to, will come back to, will be reviewed within 12 months, but also happy to bring the policy back to council to address any shortfalls or indeed overcommitment, where it's not working right. So this won't be a case of set and forget. What we'll do is that we'll come back to council. You will know how much concessions we have allowed, how many applications we've got, and then make an assessment whether it's important to continue this on or whether it's not necessary. But again, a little bit like the budget policy, is probably not a bad starting point.
Yeah, thank you.
Satisfied with that, Councillor McMahon? Councillor O'Sullivan?
Oh, thanks, Mr Chair. I was just wondering, Shane, you say there's very few people who will be eligible for this. Do you advise them, or say this is adopted, that that this is available to them?
Yes, Councillor Megan. So what we would do is that, again, is that if this is adopted, we will be contacting those what we believe will be the potential beneficiaries of this policy. We would do everything we can to assist with their application, which will involve, we will help facilitate that, but obviously we'll be relying on assistance from Parks and Recreation. There will need to be inspections as such, as far as probably looking at their grounds to get the relevant advice around watering and fertilising and all those types of things. So, I think that it will be very important that we engage with the relevant community organisations so they're aware of what has to be done, and we'll certainly assist them with that particular process.
And with that comes this kind of education. Do you think there's kind of not very good practices going on out there?
Well, certainly we know for a fact there hasn't been some very good practices. Like, I think the thing is perhaps with respect to community organisations that are often working or volunteers who are doing their very best to maintain, their sporting fields and so forth. But there is only so much water you can put on to make something green. So basically, for example, is it gets to a point where the water becomes wasted because it is no longer doing any good. So if you like, is that we will certainly be providing guidance around the watering techniques. We will also, through the measuring of water meters, we'll know exactly how much water they're using. Yes, they may well have a clubhouse, so there might be so much water going to the clubhouse, but the majority of the water is going to be on the sporting field, more than likely. So what we'll do is that we'll work through all that with those particular ratepayers, because water conservation and water management has to be at the centre of this assistance. Yep.
So yes, they will be notified. That's Councillor Carr.
Thanks, Chair. In point 3 of the recommendation in the report, just a question. Budget allocation, is that new money, the 10,000, or is that capacity within the projected budget for 2021?
Just, thanks, Councillor Bill. Just for that amount of money is that we...
21, 22, sorry.
Yeah. We have an amount of money that gets allocated for concessions in relation to water. So that money is built around water concessions through water leaks. So whilst we will know exactly how much money we'll allow for this, but we feel that that budget, is capable of absorbing that particular amount. So there is already substantial money budgeted for assisting ratepayers who have water leaks. So it'll come out of, I would anticipate...
An existing...
Yes, that's right, yes.
Yeah. And one more, if I may, Chair.
Sure.
To your point about in the definitions about 2,000 kilolitres or 4,000 kilolitres, I'm wondering, should we unpack that? What do councillors feel around that comment? That if it's averaged out at 2,000 kilolitres to maintain a field or a playing surface, why is it that it's at 4,000? I'm just wondering.
Shame like that.
Yeah, okay. Just with the 4,000 kilolitres is that there's probably not a lot of science around that other than, so if we go on the high side that it can take up to 2,000 kilolitres to maintain a field. Basically is that we do feel probably a need to put some number in this policy that would sort of indicate that if you use above this, then we'll consider that to potentially be abuse of the policy. We're unsure what number to peg that out, and I realise that 4,000 kilos, that doesn't, like this, bear in mind, their assistance is still limited. So basically, if they do use a lot more water than what they should, they're going to be paying all that at the second tier price. So it's still expensive. But nonetheless, though, is that that 4,000 kilolitres being just simply double, what is normally needed. A situation where there may need to be some flexibility will be, say, a sporting organisation has won the ability to run a state championship, for example, and they may sort of need some flexibility to provide more water than what you normally do to bring their fields up to standard or something like that. But look, happy if the council would like to reduce that number from 4,000 to a lesser number, then I wouldn't have any issue with that.
I'm just in keeping with the Chair's comments around that being set at that tier rate, the 2,000, but there'd be nothing to stop an organisation if they're hosting a significant event, a state or national event or something, to actually come back to council and make an application for further concessions, albeit there are other avenues where they would be looking for assistance around a significant event anyway, around sporting or tourism events, those sorts of things.
Sure.
So
I'm happy to we'll just park it for the moment. I've got one more question so far, and then we'll go back. I gave Councillor Summerfield the opportunity to massage her mind around having that she brought it forward earlier. Councillor Rebecca.
Well, thanks, Mr. Chair. To that point, I just wonder if we look at section 4.3 of the draft policy, the wording that's there at the moment, it says the water management plan, and then in brackets, to council's satisfaction, close brackets. And then it says the water management plan should include a watering schedule, technical specifications of irrigation equipment and other maintenance treatments. But I would propose that we haven't stated it outright, and to remove any ambiguity, that at the end of that final sentence, we say technical specifications of irrigation equipment, comma, other maintenance treatments, example, weed management, aeration, fertilisation, etc. And then add, and that water conservation be demonstrated. Because at the moment we're just saying that present your water management plan, but we don't say that that water management plan has to demonstrate the things that we've been talking about here today, and that prioritisation of water management. And then perhaps there is a specific number that, separate to that, that councillors Summerfield and
Carl.
Sorry, Bill.
So perhaps, Councillor Rebecca, it may be just another sentence at the end of that to
Sure,
be specific about
full stop.
demonstrates water conservation or the conservation of water.
That water conservation be demonstrated,
Yeah.
correct.
That water conservation be demonstrated. Wendy, is that okay? Does it need to be in the motion? Add that? You just update that? Okay, very good. Thanks, Councillor Rebecca. Councillor Summerfield, I'll go back to you.
Yeah, so Councillor Jeff, you're suggesting that maybe the first tier limit go up to 2,000. Was that your suggestion?
Oh, I'm just suggesting that in scope and application number 2, the last dot point says do not use more than 4,000 kilolitres annually in maintaining each soft playing field goes to 2,000 kilolitres.
Oh, right, yeah. No, I'd be comfortable with that.
Yep.
That would help.
I just wonder, Shane, for you, whether General Manager Hauser wants to talk to that, or you're comfortable with that to be... Although Shane answered it like a professional that he is, but you're happy enough with Shane's response? Okay. So that being the case, it could well just be a change within the policy. I'm happy to test that as a separate item if there is need be to do it. At this stage, we'll adjust it in the policy, and when we move it, there is an understanding that those 2 changes will be made to the policy.
Yeah.
It'll be 2,000,
Yep.
and it'll be add that water conservation be demonstrated.
Yep.
Okay.
I think that has to be so clear, the water conservation aspect.
Okay. So, councillors, Shane, great presentation, incidentally. Councillors, that being the case, we'll go to the motion, which is quite simply that council adopt water charges concession for community sporting organisations policy attachment 1 effective 1 July 2020. Hang on, am I on the right page here? Effective 1 July 2021 that would be, would it? Oh, from last year. Okay, so you're actually effective through the actual payment of the... That's a good clarification. Thanks, Shane.
Yeah, just on that, and look, councillors, the reason that we've got it nominated to start from the 1st of July 2020 is simply because of the work and the effort that's gone into getting this policy developed and so forth. And look, it's been something that we've been working on for the last, 2 years or so, and whilst council's entitled to make it effective 1st July 2021, but given that the level of assistance is sort of somewhat on the low side as far as value is concerned, but we were just hoping that we could probably just would give us a little bit of a chance to work with at least a couple of organisations. Now, mind you, that'd be subject to being satisfied of, their watering and so forth.
Councillor Von Hoff and Councillor Summerfield.
Yeah, thanks, Mr Chair. Just in relation to that date, the 1st of July 2020, I wonder whether or not that throws us into a bit of a situation, because this council has considered and moved resolutions in regard to specific clubs, and I'm thinking Toowoomba North Bowls Club, for instance, where there was a water issue that came before us, and would this clash with a prior resolution of council?
Would you like to make
look, it's a fair comment. I don't think so, that specific one would, because they're not maintaining a soft playing surface, that'd be the difference. But also too, that particular organisation isn't eligible because they have gaming machines as well, so there is that probably difference. But look, I can certainly understand that council, if there was a desire to make it effective from the 1st of July 2021, then we can certainly deal with that. But I suppose the thing is, I feel, sort of somewhat responsible for the time frame that it's taken to get this finally through to council. So that's where the 1st of July 2020 came from, just to provide some assistance if we could.
appreciate your honesty there, Shane. Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you. So that actually has budget implications for this current financial year, whereas the report says financial implications for the 21-22. So that would be incorrect as well. I would be supportive of this commencing on the 1st of July 21. I think it's more appropriate. It provides clarity and transparency, and I think it's the right way to move forward, because the report actually reflects the 21-22 budget, not the 2021, and I think we need to do the right thing.
Councillor Summerfield, we'll make the change. We haven't got a mover or a seconder for this motion, so because it's a recommendation, happy for that change to be made now, and then we'll go to, I'll seek a mover for the motion.
Thank you.
So changing that to 2021. The rest of the I was in the middle of reading those, wasn't I?
Yeah.
And then I nearly fell off my chair. Okay. 2, that the power to approve applications under the water charges concession for community sporting organisation policy be delegated from council to the chief executive officer. And number 3, that a budget allocation of $10,000 be included in the 21-22 annual budget. Do I have a mover? Moved by Councillor Summerfield, seconded by Councillor Melissa Taylor. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Now, do we have to record that from games? Is it? We get Councillor O'Shea. Councillor McMahon.
Can I move?
We'll just wait for Councillor O'Shea to come back in the room, if he's available. Well, and here he comes. Welcome back, Councillor O'Shea. Now, Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, you had
I was just wanting to move that we adjourn for lunch, Chair.
a move to adjourn, did you say?
I did.
Tell you, all the hands went up then. Okay. Moved by Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan, seconded by Councillor Shine. Moved to adjourn for a period of 45 minutes? 45.
Most popular.
Back at 1 p.m. Councillors and those viewing online. Those in favour? That's Brendan, we're okay. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. The resumption of the Finance and Business Strategy Committee for April is item number 7, which is 2020-2021 February budget review. I'll hand directly over to Anne-Marie.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors. So Council adopts the annual budget in June each year. As operational requirements change, a reforecast in the form of a budget review is completed. And we do that at the end of September and the end of February each year. We had a council information session on the 6th of April to review the detail behind the proposed February budget review. The most significant change is a reduction in proposed capital expenditure for the year. And what we're doing here is bringing our capital programme in line with our actual capacity to deliver. It's important to remember that the capital projects that were part of Council's pandemic response initiative have the ability to be delivered over a 2-year period. So we're doing that to ensure that we're engaging local suppliers wherever possible for these projects. Significantly, this proposed budget as presented continues to ensure Council's ongoing financial sustainability. So our long-term financial sustainability plan is presented on page 164 of 227. This plan is developed and maintained to continue to review and monitor Council's 10-year financial forecast to ensure that we remain sustainable into the future. You will note our sustainability ratios on page 166 of 227, and those ratios indicate the following. So the first one is our operating surplus ratio. This ratio is a measure of our ability to cover operational costs and have revenues available for capital funding. This ratio remains within the target recommended by the department with an increasing trend. The second ratio there, councillors, is the asset sustainability ratio. This ratio measures the extent to which assets are being replaced as they reach the end of their useful lives. This is the target that is the forefront of our minds when we are developing the annual Capital Works programme. So we've set ourselves an internal target of 70% for this key sustainability ratio, and we will continue to lobby the department for more. Sorry.
It's feeding back.
That's me, is it? I don't know why it's not working today. I'm sorry about that.
We can hear you.
We can hear you clearly.
Have you got your earbuds? It might be feedback.
Yeah, so you can hear the feedback, can you?
Yeah.
No, just the squealing.
Squealing.
High pitch.
Yeah,
I can hear it too, so it hasn't happened before, so I don't know what's changed. So how far away can I move?
That's good.
Can you hear me? Can you still hear me then? It's me hearing you speak, so sorry about that. So we're just finalising on that asset sustainability ratio. So this target does remain a challenge for Council going forward. But as we go through developing capital for next year, we will talk a little bit more about that one. The net financial liabilities ratio. So this ratio provides an indication of the extent to which Council's net financial liabilities, so that's our total liabilities less our current assets, can be serviced by our operating revenue. For the 2021 financial year, our forecast is expected to be 75.7%. That exceeds the department's target of less than 60%, but you will note that that has decreased as part of this budget review. So that's because we anticipate at this stage bringing our debt, borrowing less than we thought we would be borrowing in June. So this one here, the reason that target was so high when we adopted the original budget is because we had that extra 50 million pandemic response projects, and at that time the debt policy that was adopted was forecasting a $60 million additional borrowings. Now we know as we've worked through that and we've reduced the programme that we most likely won't borrow that much. So we adopt the policy when we adopt the budget, but we actually draw down the funds the following June. So I just wanted to be clear with the whole budget development that we remain financially sustainable. Our long-term financial sustainability is secure. So I think that's a really important one to note as we're going through developing next year's budget, passing this budget review. If we can move to the actual report, please, Wendy. We have identified 10 minutes ago, or half an hour ago, that the surplus in this report is $100,000 understated. So the actual surplus is, thanks Wendy's made that change really quickly, so you can see there our operational expenditure decreased by $2,155,253 as opposed to the figure that was there. So that directly impacts on the surplus at the end, the actual operating surplus. So the financial statements that are attached to this report are all accurate. So the $100,000 has been reflected in those statements.
Thank you.
So happy to
take any questions. Councillor Shine, you had a question?
Yeah, no, thank you. Just referring again to page 166, that you did refer to the 3 key sustainability metrics, and you indicated that it indicates the operating surplus and the asset sustainability are within the parameters, and you said that council, I think, would be under some pressure with respect to the net financial liability ratio being outside those parameters. Is there, in your view, a concern that QTC, the QTC financial rating at the moment, which is sound, with a neutral outlook, is under any pressure at all?
No, thanks for the question, Councillor. No, you would recall we did a lot of work with our state bankers around August, September, October, November last year, looking at our overall debt capacity, and the results of that work were that we had the ability to borrow $25 to $30 million a year more than we have actually forecast into our long-term plan. So we're in a sound state, and you will note that that figure is trending downwards. So although we have some substantial projects in the plan at this point in time over the next couple of years, that ratio is trending the way exactly how we want it to.
And you're working closely with QTC, you continue to do so. I note some of the key group implications listed on pages 156 and 157. Which I think that might be it up there, is it? I think it is. That's on the screen, yeah. 156, I think, yeah. I referred to the council decision on the 16th of March, operational support John Derry and Woolshed, second of 8 decisions. Wendy, if you could again put that up. Thank you. That funds necessary to carry out the detailed building and safety assessment be approved and be brought to account at budget review 2. Has this been done? Can you confirm that that amount of money that's required there has been included in this budget review?
Yeah. Yes, I can confirm that.
Well, thank you. Could I just comment,
Sure.
Chair? This is very pleasing and demonstrates the willingness of council to work alongside the John Derry and Woolshed board to progress a positive way forward for what is an iconic heritage listed venue. I'm particularly pleased for the volunteer groups who are the backbone of the Woolshed, and feel sure that the Woolshed board member designated to liaise with the volunteers, Mr Anthony McWaters, will be equally pleased.
Thanks. Councillor Antonio, the Mayor.
Oh, look, if I could just make a comment in respect to John Derry and Woolshed, and I think those of you who've been sitting around the table for a while realise this has been a challenge since day one of amalgamation, but it continues to be a challenge, and I was very thankful for the outcome of the meeting the other day, saddened by the fact that the Chair, Michael Williams, handed in his resignation, but I'm pleased that the private functions will continue. I'm pleased that we've seen a pathway forward, and I think that collectively we've got to talk very positively about the future of the John Derry and Woolshed. We're preserving something here that is not only of regional significance, it's of national significance, and that very point brings me to think that we ought to be certainly looking toward some of the other funding mechanisms to make sure that we can get external money in and I've certainly got an appointment with the local federal member. I do remember going out there with the previous federal member when there was a $244,000 grant. Well, it would appear to me if we need a fair bit more, but look, I think I'll be spending a little bit of time in the not too distant future talking to those people who've rung me, and I've kept a list of those names about their potential resignation from the volunteering part of it, that sort of thing. So I'm delighted that it's that we're giving it a go, but I think we ought to be very well aware that we need to make sure that we can get assistance from both state and federal government to help preserve something of such historic influence now and well into the future. And this is the sort of thing that will need funding indefinitely. Let us never forget that.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Okay. Any more questions in regard to BR2, councillors? Councillor Carl.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It's more a general one around the financial parameters or the liability, the ratios, and particularly the net financial liabilities ratio. Would it be fair to say that whilst we work with QTC, that there are some baseline presumptions from QTC around the capacity for ratepayers to pay, and that we're on a price path, and that QTC consider that our ratepayers have a greater capacity to pay, a greater level of, or greater capacity to pay more for rates and charges, utilities, water, that sort of thing? Would it be a fair comment?
Anne-Marie, would you like to make comment of that?
No, I'd like to take
I don't think that was the message that the General Manager put forward. Did you want to just explain the findings of QTC and the modelling that would suggest that we have the capacity to borrow more as opposed to...
The reason why I'm asking is because we're on a price path, for example, with water. And the reason why we're on a price path with water is because there's consideration from our banker that there is an expectation that people have a capacity to pay more than what they are now. I'm wanting to unpack the Acting General Manager, Anne-Marie, stated the importance of prioritising our budget in the coming months. And really, I'm taking a view personally about the need for prioritisation, because if our banker considers that people have more capacity to pay, and we know that you don't agree, well, otherwise we wouldn't be on a price path with water, for example.
The reason we're on, thank you for the question, Councillor. The reason we're on the price path is that the state bankers have identified that we're under recovering for water.
That's right. So the net effect of that is there's an expectation that we'll recover more for water, whether it's now or in the future sometime. So what I'm saying is the need for us to prioritise our thinking as part of an overall budget is critical about what is core and essential critical service to our community, because the collective impacts of that, and it's a general statement, and I might be totally up the wrong tree, but I consider that if they're saying to us that there are price paths that we can take, there is potentially a view that there's an expectation that our ratepayers can pay more. I don't necessarily agree with that. I'm saying the way we mitigate the impacts to our ratepayers are that we critically review what is our core business and what is our critical services that we supply to our community and provide to our community right across council. And that's why I'm taking that personal view.
Thank you.
I'll just take that as a comment. Councillor Carl. Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I'd just like to say that I don't think QAO have the capacity to understand what our ratepayers are capable of paying, but rather it's a cost recovery situation that we need to increase our rates for cost recovery, and I just wanted to clarify that if I could.
That's correct.
We mentioned that earlier. Any more questions, Councillor Vonhoff?
Thanks, Mr Chair. Through you to Anne-Marie. Thanks, Anne-Marie. In relation to the comments made by Councillor Shine, can you confirm that the amount allocated and committed to in this budget for the condition assessment at John Dairy and Woolshed is $300,000?
What's being committed to in this budget is $10,000. So that's but once we commit to the $10,000, the other $290,000 will automatically be included in our modelling of the 21-22 budget.
Thank you. And that is to say that that's a considerable amount of money, and I would hope would be seen as a very serious positive commitment to moving forward at John Dairy and Woolshed.
Yes.
Any other questions? Councillor Summerfield?
It's probably a comment more than a question, but I can't not say this. Disappointingly, we find ourselves once again in the position of a huge underspend in capital expenditure, and this happens every year. And I'm hoping that for the upcoming budget that we can find a better solution to what we can't keep doing the same thing year on and expect things to turn out differently. And as I mentioned in a recent information session on budget, I do think we have to change the way we currently provide these big numbers for capital expenditure, and they're never met by a long way. And so I would like to see that the next budget has a change of plan so that we don't have to continually reduce our CapEx towards the end of the financial year. Having said all that, I'd like to congratulate you on the way you've formatted all these financials. I think it's very good for particularly the community to fully understand it, and thanks for the work that you've done, you and your department have done.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thanks, Councillor Summerfield. Councillor Antonio and then Councillor Harris-Sullivan.
To the GM, when we reach a stage where we're 3 or 4 months out from a financial year and we're obviously going to underspend, is it a solution to use the private sector to deliver some of those much needed projects that would be included in that capital spend?
Yes, it is. So certainly with the pandemic response initiative projects, they are all, the majority of those projects are being outsourced, and I think at this point in time it's 90% of our actuals have been delivered by external, but that is certainly something we can take on board. Where if we haven't got the capacity to deliver them internally, that we outsource them.
But the historical shortfalls in delivery, you've got to ponder the question that maybe there's another way out, and that's the private sector locally.
I think it's really important to note here that it is we can tell from our research, from what we've actually done over the last 5 years, that what our capacity is around that 190 million, and including carryovers and deferrals this year from the pandemic response, and we need to maintain the programme within that ballpark. We need to maintain it from reputational when we adopt the debt policy, which is based on our proposed capital works.
Thank you.
Councillor Harris-Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I guess I'm going to Councillor Summerfield's point, and I've been here for 5 years, and every year it's the same conversation. So I would like a comment from the CEO as to how things are going to change, and whose responsibility for it, and what sort of consequence do we have for not reaching those figures every year.
I think there's been lots of discussion, I think, in other forums apart from here with individual general managers about the particular circumstances within their own directorates, and I think you need to take stock of that. But there will always be carryovers into the next year's budgets. There's various reasons that are peculiar and particular in each year. The other way you could do it is you could cut the budget allocations for capital back considerably and have a reserve that you actually access later if they actually run out of projects or complete projects. But the thing is, some of these are multi-year projects, and you can't just turn a tap on and turn the tap off. That's always been the problem with capital projects, there's a time at the project initiation process and all the way through, and anything can happen during those processes and over that time. So there is no magic solution to that one, except I suppose making sure we have very realistic allocations initially, and then assurances with the general managers about their ability to deliver the programs that they're being funded for. Alternatively, you outsource some of that stuff within the program, but then you've got to be very careful that you get the balance right when you do that.
You're about to say something else, Councillor Megan? No, nothing? Well, certainly, as we know, we're in deliberations now for 21-22 capital budget, so I think the message is quite clear to the organisation that this council has got an absolute concrete desire to ensure that our budgeting is a lot more realistic and accurate so we're not in this predicament. And all these meetings are being recorded, so we can look back in this in 12 months' time and just see how we did go. That'll be interesting. Any other questions for BR2, councillors? That being the case, can I have a mover to accept the recommendation that is before you, that council adopt the amended 2021 annual budget attachments 1 to 5. Moved by Councillor Shine. Seconded by Councillor Antonio. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thanks, Anne-Marie. Our final item is item number 8, councillors, which is the Queensland Audit Interim Report to the Mayor dated 1st of April 2021. Thanks, Anne-Marie.
Thanks, Chair. So Section 213 of the Local Government Regulation requires that Queensland Audit Office interim report for Council and its controlled entities be presented for noting. The interim audit report was issued by Queensland Audit Office following completion of their on-site interim audit, which was concluded in March. So the interim report highlights any audit issues that have been identified and recommendations, as well as management's actions and planned completion dates for those actions.
Thanks, Anne-Marie. Any questions, councillors, in regard to the interim report? Councillor Shine?
Yeah, no, thank you, Anne-Marie. QAO attend and present at the Council Audit Committee and have already responded to questions raised in the Audit Committee, which led to the Council decision from the ordinary meeting on the 16th of March. Operational support John Derry and Woolshed decision 5 and 6. Wendy, if you wouldn't mind bringing that up again. Thank you. My question to the Acting GM Finance, does this interim report by the QAO deal with these items appropriately?
So the report certainly deals with so item 6 there, that council writes to the Queensland Audit Office, and that action has been undertaken. The item 5 there, I might hand over to Sarah for the work that Sarah and her team are doing in that area.
Welcome, Sarah.
Thanks, Anne-Marie, and thank you for the question, Councillor Shine. So Queensland Audit Office have conducted their analysis of certain expenditure items, and these are included in the graphs presented on pages 25 and 26 of the interim audit report. Council will also be conducting its own analysis, and we will certainly keep Queensland Audit Office and the Woolshed informed of any findings. So Queensland Audit Office have certainly addressed some of the issues that were raised in the ordinary meeting.
Thank you. If I might just make a few comments in relation to that general aspect. There are 4 areas really in the report that provide confidence to me as being a member of that committee that the QAO have been diligent in their annual unmodified assessments of the financials of the John Derry and Woolshed. Firstly, if we refer to page 202, get it up. Dealing with controlled entities, the framework around the management of controlled entities, QAO, through the individual commitment by Megan Manuel of the Queensland Audit Office, observed in paragraph 2, quote, "We are also aware there are conditions on how John Derry and Woolshed Pty Ltd's annual funding is to be spent, which have not been formalised." Management response at the bottom of page 202 states that, quote, "Council is in the process of developing and adopting the controlled entities and beneficial enterprise powers policy." It continues to state that a business case has been submitted for approval of a new position for the control and management of compliance and governance and management and financial reporting for Council's controlled entities. Secondly, if you go to page 216, prior year issues for the John Derry and Woolshed are now resolved, or in one instance resolved pending audit verification. It was on page 216. Thirdly, on page 221, the graph at the bottom of this page highlights total funding from Council since 2013-14 to 2019-20 for repairs and maintenance, and the total spend on repairs and maintenance by JWS, which is greater than the funding received. And finally, on page 222, we can see that QAO have reported that the Woolshed Board and management have managed the pandemic response while juggling being ineligible for JobKeeper and reducing the monthly wages and salaries expenses to less than half over a 12-month period to January 2021. So I raise those 4 points to dispel any perceived assertions of wrongdoing that may have resulted in the Council's decision regarding the operations of John Derry and Woolshed on March the 16th, and do look forward to working with councillors here, the Woolshed Board, volunteers and members of the community close by the venue to progress a positive way forward.
Thanks, Councillor Shine. That was really more a comment, I guess, rather than a question. Do you disagree with any of...
I would take that as a comment.
As a comment. Councillor Vonhoff.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I'd like to refer to the third point that Councillor Shine raised in regard to page 25 of the interim report. That's page 221 on board books. And the graph at the bottom of the page there, the repairs and maintenance. And we've got two columns. The first is contribution from council, and the second is repairs and maintenance, including CapEx recorded by JWS. And the first comment or question for clarification is that contribution from council in the left-hand column that comes to $875,000, that is reconciled to the end of June 30, 2020, because that's the date of the last Queensland Audit Office report.
That's correct.
And as of June 30 this financial year, that figure will be $1 million. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Secondly, the second bar there, the repairs and maintenance, including CapEx, recorded by JWS. Is it the case that GL coding that has been used to come up with that figure does not delineate between repairs and maintenance and capital expenditure? And an example might be that a cold room purchase, which is a capital expenditure, it has been similarly coded as a repair on a septic tank.
That's correct.
Thank you. So we need further delineation of that column to understand repairs and maintenance.
And that's a role that Sarah and her team have taken on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Sarah. Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Chair. Could you explain how the contribution from council is at that level and the repairs and maintenance is so much higher? Have there been grants?
No, it's what it has actually been spent on. So, as Councillor Rebecca said, on a cold room, so not on repairs and maintenance, on capital.
But there has been grants,
Yeah,
external
but
funding.
there's more money than council
That's
has
right.
given them, is what I'm saying.
It's external funding through the variety of grant schemes as well.
Yeah, so it's not really repairs and maintenance either, it's a mixture
So
of
that's
all
right,
sorts
so
of
that
things.
column is not just repairs and maintenance.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan and Councillor Paul.
Chair, I'm just going back to Councillor Von Hoff's point there, Anne-Marie. I thought, and Sarah's team, are you going to try and delineate it going forward or from what has happened previously? I didn't think that there was any way of, because of the accounting system or the coding or whatever it's called.
So we now have access to the accounting systems for the Jundarin woolshed. We've got a request in for an additional resource. So the Australian Accounting Standards amendment last year required Council to consolidate the financial statements of all of its controlled entities with Council. So that means where the woolshed or the Empire Theatre have spent funds on repairs and maintenance, that has to be consolidated with Council's repairs and maintenance. So we're looking at an overall group picture. But what that has highlighted to us, and we do acknowledge that we don't have qualified accountants working within the controlled entities, so it's up to Council to ensure that what has been allocated to the different general ledger codes in our controlled entities actually satisfy the requirements for what they're being reported as. So in this case, if you look at repairs, if you look at capital expenditure being allocated to repairs and maintenance, that wouldn't be acceptable in our financial statements. I think what this exercise of the consolidation has highlighted to us, to council officers, the need to have a greater oversight on the transactional processing of our controlled entities.
So that's going forward rather than being able to identify what has happened in the past, is that correct?
That is certainly going forward, and you may recall, Council, from September, the September quarter, we've started to report our controlled entities financials as part of our group reports. That's the end of September report and an end of December report. So that will allow us the opportunity to review those trial balances and review the transactions. But going back, because there has been a request to carry out that review going back to 2013, we will be doing that.
Councillor Paul?
I think you solved my question, Councillor Megan.
Okay. Councillor Nancy?
Thank you, Chair. So given, the changes in relation to reporting and everything for all of our controlled entities moving forward, I really would like to see Council workshop how we fund these entities moving forward as well. I think it's quite complex, the way we're funding JWS particularly, and I'd like to see us actually have a decent look at all of our controlled entities and understanding that some of them have agreements for a period of years. I do think that we should be looking at our controlled entities to see how we fund them and see whether we're comfortable with how they're currently being funded.
Happy to take that one back to an information session.
Thank you.
There's actually, well, the response, I think Councillor Shine might have mentioned it before, management responses, audit recommendations noted, Council is in the process of developing and adopting the control entities and beneficial enterprise powers policy, which would encompass
a funding agreement
next month, encompass all of that. The second part of that is something that could well become a budget consideration sooner rather than later, by the sounds of things. A business case submitted for approval of a new position for the control and management of compliance and governance and management and financial reporting of Council's controlled entities. So I guess that would be part of that discussion as well, CEO. At the same time, that's due next month, Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Carr?
Yeah, on page 221 of 227 in board books, JWS appropriateness of the use of public funds.
Sorry, what page is that, Councillor Bill?
221 of 227 in board
Thank you.
books.
I was looking for 51.
I was too.
Yeah, how are we moving forward in that opening paragraph about annual funding, an informal decision, informal information session held to approve funds, and they say we were notified in 2021. So that doesn't sound right. I would imagine moving forward there will be, as part of the revamp or the restructure of these agreements, that will no doubt need to be addressed. It goes on down in the second paragraph there, but that question's been asked. So
I think Anne-Marie might mention that, but it was mentioned earlier about the new controls that are in place, and there's no informal deputations, if you like.
Well, it's concerning that we've spent or handed funds over in an informal process when we know that there should be a formal decision around, and particularly additional funding.
Yep.
And thank you for the question, Councillor. There was a decision made. There was an informal deputation from the board of the John Darien Woolshed requesting, at the time I think the request was for 250,000 to compensate for the loss of labour at the low custody work camp. Council decision through the budget process was to provide 125,000 a year.
So that was as part of budget considerations?
Yes.
It was a budget consideration.
Yeah, but normally with a deputation, wouldn't it be a... so I would imagine the decision at the time then would have been, as a result of that deputation, in a formal... When do we normally have deputations? General meeting. In a general meeting, there would have been a decision on the books to say that, or a motion on the books to say that it would be considered as part of the up-and-coming funding, a budget process. Am I correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's how it should be.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But it wasn't for that instance. It was an informal deputation, and then it went to a budget for consideration. So that
sorry, I need to...
All I'm saying is it needs to come through a formal decision-making process.
It came through formally within Council's own processes.
Yeah.
It came through deputation, then to committee, then to adoption as part of the budget process. The old board were aware of it, and the new board were not aware of the requirement to spend 125,000 on repairs and maintenance a year. So that's where the informality is.
I'm not quite sure I understand that, but
that is fixed. Going forward, as the General Manager has said, that we've needed to. There's a directive to go through a more formal process, which it will be. Councillor Nancy.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to say that I think, well, I'm hoping that we as a council have learnt the lesson when it comes to setting up a new board, that we actually provide them with all the information that they need. And I think the JWS board, this new board, have been left a bit blind, you know, like the Strafford report, whatever it was called. There were 2 reports that they really should have received on their initial, in their initial pack when they started as a new board. And I think things like the 125,000 that needs to definitely be spent on repairs and maintenance. I think all these sort of things, this is a lesson that we could learn to ensure that new boards are fully aware of what is required. And I think we have failed in this instance to set them up with the tools that they need to do their job. And, you know, I'm hoping that we as a council moving forward take these lessons and make sure that we have good communication and provide them with the necessary information to set them up and get underway.
Don't think anyone would disagree with any of those comments. Anything else, Anne-Marie or Sarah? Any other questions, councillors? Comments? Nothing further there. We have got a recommendation, which is pretty well a one line, that the Queensland Audit Office interim report to the Mayor dated 1 April 2021, attachment 1, be received and noted. Moved by Councillor Shine, seconded by Councillor Vonhoff. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Thanks, Sarah. Thanks, everyone else involved. Brian, Wendy, well done. And good afternoon. That's it for this. Oh, sorry.
Given that there is nothing coming forward in economic development, I'll declare the meeting open. Would someone like to
close it?
Just suspend the meeting? You need a motion, Brian?
Just close it. You can just close it.
I'm happy to close it then. Yeah. Open and close. Thank you.
We do have a special meeting. CEO, what time, just for those watching online, unless they've left? 35 minutes after the end of this meeting. 30 minutes. 2:15. 2:15 will be the special meeting in regard to the Olympics.